Welcome back, everyone, to, I believe it is the, wait, welcome back. Welcome to Testing Grounds. I believe it's the 13th edition. I am Bankid, and with me today in the commentator booth, we have, I believe, Brush, correct?
Brush Strokes, yeah. How you doing?
All right, sweet.
Afternoon, evening, morning, wherever you're at.
So yeah, I'm really excited to see what we'll do tonight on Testing Grounds 13, but especially for our first round, which will be Toon the Goat versus Dababy Defenders. Looking at these rosters, is there anything you're interested about?
Anything off the rosters per se, but these maps are certainly can be played extremely fast paced. I mean, you see that humpback zones, super fast cap, pit. It's such a back and forth game. It's really difficult to get that stalemate on, like, I don't know, a map like the Reef. So we'll see how these teams are able to manage aggression.
Yeah, and then especially for our first match that we'll be seeing tonight, Clan Blitz Piranha Pit, which is what we're loading in right now. I would really like to see some rays because it's not really pulled out that much, but I mean it's Piranha Pit, so really ray is just good for anything.
Right, and then you see on Dababy Defenders no ray on Toon the Goat, so this is a Stingrayless game. A Booyah and Rain on the side of Toon the Goat. Rain also for Dababy Defenders.
Yeah. Currently, we'll be seeing a Thunder right now doing their junior thing. I believe they just got off their armor. 2 down from the side of... Actually, 2 down from the side of Baby, and then 3 down from the side of Toon the Goat.
It's a 1v1, Junior v Junior. Just trying to spam these bombs, keep the distance.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really... that was like a, like really out of the blue thing that we just saw there. I mean, we just saw 2 down from the side of Toon the Goat, then we saw 2 down from the side of the Defenders. Like, oh, that was something. We currently see 1 down both from the side of both teams, so I mean we are currently about to enter the first minute of the match. I mean, we haven't gotten anyone scored yet.
Right, and we're seeing this back and forth for paint control. It looks like Dababy Defenders finally able to push Toon the Goat back a little bit here. The splashdown coming out in court, hoping to control that area. It's 15 clubs on the side of Dababy Defenders, 17 now. They're trying to set up a push here, but they go 1 down. It's a 3v3.
Yeah, currently the chemistry from the side of the Baby Defenders has recently respawned. We see the Nautilus and Try from the side of Toon go down. 1 up from the side of Toon, only the junior. They do take down. I believe that was the junior from the side of Defenders. So I mean, they were able to save that impending push from Defenders really quickly just there.
Right, I mentioned how fast-paced this map can be and how aggressive it is. And you see there, they look like they had a push going, and all of a sudden they're 3 down, and the junior's the last one with the ball. So that, like, self-destructs on itself.
Yeah, actually right now the Defenders maybe finally able to get their push that they desperately want so much here. I mean, the knock from the side of Toon is down, and they will be able to get a clam in, but the question is will they be able to get much more?
Right, looks like they're able to get a couple clams here, but Toon the Goat is able to drop down and try to get some picks. They end up going 3 down now. Defenders just scrambling to get some clams and jump back in and pop them into basket. It's a decent push. You see 41 off of the first push, and it looks like it's still alive here. So really impressive stuff getting this aggression in finally.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, right now, Toon is kind of just feeding into the enemy. Barry just tried to cancel Ethernal's splash on there, but sadly was not able to, as Ethernal was able to take them down. 14-11. This may actually be a knockout.
Whoa. Oh my!
A knockout, which, I mean, it's really surprising that we saw like about 2 minutes there without a push, and all of a sudden in the first push we see a knockout. Like.
Right, I mean, look at all that map control they had. They were really struggling to get a push going, but I guess it's because they really wanted to get something strong, and you see Defenders here able to come out with this aggression and hold it, and able to say, look, we want to control this game. We want this area. We're gonna get you down 100-0.
I mean, yeah, like, they really just, like, went out and was like, okay, we've been getting a lot down from both sides. And, I mean, finally they were able to get the advantage from the side of Toon and was able to just get that push in. But the question is, will they be able to keep up the same energy on Zone's Humpback? As you were saying before, this map, it's really easy to take the zone back if the zone is being nice to you. So, right. I mean, the question is will the Defenders be able to keep that luck going for them? Or will Toon be able to use that advantage?
Right, and And locking out on Pit, especially in Clams, is really strange because on this aggressive lockout when you got that basket open, you know, they're basically forced to be above you. And so it based on their compo, especially with that K machine, it was very easy for them to just slosh upwards and keep them back and get them low for them to drop in and suicide a bit. So on humpback zones here, it's gonna be strange, you know, making sure that they can keep the aggression on this lockout, push up if they need to, get the picks on the respawns. Looks like they picked the wrong map, so we're gonna be a little bit delayed here. I don't know, is there anything you want to see weapon-wise, comp-wise for Splatzone's humpback?
I believe I saw a try on that last game, and then the sloshing machine too. I mean, both are really solid choices here. I mean, really for humpback, the holy trinity of weapons you would like to say are rollers, sloshers, and blasters. Those
Sure.
three weapons excel on this map. So I think we'll be seeing the K machine again because, you know, it's humpback, or just any slosher that can help paint, because it is zones too. So you got to keep that in mind.
What you don't want on breakout when you're trying to get back into the zone is getting stuck in the cubby area with paint around you, or the wrong colored paint around you, I suppose. So certainly that slosher, sloshing down from in the zone and just making sure that you have nowhere to move. Defenders took a place 5 in Squid Junction 4. So it's certainly looking like they're at least with that initial push there on Clams Piranha, that they are a team to beat.
They are for sure. I mean, defenders are like out here, like they got the experience that they need to try and take this set home. So I mean, you know, like it's definitely they're not going to be going out without a fight. That's for sure.
A machine coming out for both sides here, along Neo Splash on both sides as well. Junior, it's an almost identical comp. The difference is a Nautilus with Inkjet versus a K-Pro with Booyah. The first armor coming out for defenders as they try to get this first cap.
There we actually see the Goat actually able to take the zone first, which I mean really just demonstrates us being like the zone being not really that stubborn. I mean, you like got it like in 2 seconds there. Like it was really easy. We will be seeing them down the 80. Shy from the side of Go will actually be able to fall down to Zuck's bomb there. So I mean, we actually see Achilles right now from the side of Go trying to pressure just really anyone they can, but wasn't really able to hold out there as the defense was able to come back and take the zone.
A great start of a lockout there you saw for Goat, but defenders, you know, able to fight that and move back in. And they're going to set up for a lockout of themselves. You see the Junior for Goat setting up on left there, trying to break in from bunker. But they take lead. Defenders.
Yeah, we will, actually right now, Goat is actually able to take it back. Which, I mean, if they are able to lock opposite team out, which, I mean, it's going to be kind of hard with 2 up right now. But, sorry. If they were able to, you know, lock them out, then they could be able to take it back. There is only 6 counters of lead if you remove the penalties.
Right. I mean, it's not a sure game for anyone yet. You saw there on Goat when they tried to take zone there. It took a Booyah and like 2 bombs and a tiny splotch of ink. It is not safe. No lead is sacred on this map. But defenders looking to expand it here. A little bit of a shark from Kona as they move in from behind. Goat moving in, but ending up going down to the Junior.
Yeah, right now we will be seeing Thunder just trying to get a paint down. Tune out on the side of defenders. Right now the Goat really just needs to like just try and keep the zone here, and because I mean that lead sure has, you know, gotten like more on it. I mean it was like 64, now it's at 37.
Right. This is not the same game we saw in Pit. You know, this is going back and forth. Lockout is difficult. We don't see anyone really on Goat able to push all the way up through that right side flank, and they take lead here just by holding zone and getting the lucky picks in the hotspots.
Yeah, there is only a few counters left. I mean, we only have about 20-ish counters, so I mean, to about a knockout, which I mean, defenders are actually able to defend that zone and take it back. 2v2 currently from both teams. So I mean, you know, things are currently really up in the air of what's going to happen in the next 2 minutes of gameplay.
Right. It looked for a second there like defenders were gonna, or sorry, Goat was gonna be able to hold on to that cap, but defenders end up getting him 3 down. It's just a junior who ends up jumping out there. And look at this. You see the fizzy bombs coming out from window there, just trying to lock that area out, not letting anyone move back in the zone, forcing everyone on Goat to move towards the left to push in.
Yeah, right now we will be seeing Eternal right now is doing what a K Machine loves to do and just sit and spam bombs. So currently Goat's gonna have to try and take the zone here, which they do, which just gives defenders more of a hassle when trying to get the zone back. But there is only one responding from the side of Goat right now, which means defenders are gonna have to try and take that lead, or try and take back that zone, I should say.
Sure. This is, I said this before, I'm gonna say it again. I mean, this is not the same game we saw last time. Goat, you know, doesn't like getting 100 owed on one push, and they're really sticking to the fight here. It looks like the penalty points finally tick down for defenders as they look to take lead with 50 seconds left in the game.
Yeah, there is only a few counters left. 2 down from the side of Goat. Defenders may be able to take back the lead here. Three down when they
there
will
it goes.
take the lead here. So I mean, currently right now they just gotta try and defend that zone and try and you know, knock it out. Which I mean, there is only 3, 2, 1, and that will.
There it goes. You know, we saw last second there the Goat doing everything they could to push back into zone. They had the Booyah come out. They had a splashdown as well. And the Kashin just went off and got a vital cancel on that K-Pro and a couple more picks after it. And then it was a delayed wipe, and there's nothing you can do then. The counter ticks down 20, 19, all the way down till 0, and that's 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, but one thing you do kind of keep in mind is that this is play all 3. So
right.
Even though the baby defenders already have the set, that does not mean that that this set is over at all. We could see a comeback from Goat in the next game, which it's Swiss. I mean, anything can happen in the next 6 rounds. Every game counts, especially on Swiss, because it depends on if you would advance onto the next part of the tournament.
I mean, it's all about tiebreakers in Swiss. I think especially when you see pools not as large as something as like low ink, the smaller the bracket, the more each tiebreaker matters, the more taking those game 3s off is important. So hoping here that Toon the Goat isn't gonna ease up their playing here, because they really put up a fight there, and honestly for most of the game it looked in my eyes like they were dominating.
I mean, yeah, but like, sadly, the Goat was not able to do for too long. But I mean, for Rainmaker Surgeon, the big question is that will defenders be able to pull off a game like they did in game 1, where they just got it down like 20 seconds, 2 minutes,
right,
out of one push, or will the Goat do the opposite and or will they knock it out? Like, are they going to take it like this game 3? It's really up in the air of what's going to be happening.
Right. I mean, pushing top left here into spools and trying to get those quick points is really important here. But honestly, we've seen a little bit more caution on the side of both of these teams, especially in that Clams pick game before that insane push. It was a pretty good stalemate, going 3 down on both teams, one after another at mid. So with that in mind, we might see some cautious pushes through window, moving right side, trying to get the wipe you need, get the second one, and get onto that pedestal.
Yeah, we will be looking into our match right now. Some interesting picks we'll be seeing is that, I mean, nothing really that out of the ordinary. I mean, we will be seeing a Neo Splash, I believe. Oh wait, no, that's the V spot. So I mean, that's a pretty interesting pick. I mean, you don't really have that bomber for you to pop the Rainmaker, but I mean, which I mean they probably could have used there. I mean, no, they would pop it anyway. So yeah, but one is respawning currently from the side of defenders. So I mean, you know, currently they just got to push up and get pain. I mean, that's really what you need right now to push up in this early in the game.
Right, but we talked about caution. I mean, you saw them getting 3 down there, and they opt to not grab the Rainmaker. They get the chance, let the other team have the chance to respawn, get the picks they need, and now it's 2-2. It looks a little bit better for Goat to try to push up here top left.
Yeah, but we'll be seeing the K shot from actually no, Kona is able to take out the Rainmaker from the side of the Go, which means that the caution from the side of Go was actually did them worse in the end because the K shot was able to take them down, and they are able to take such an easy lead. Because I
Right.
mean, the less lead you have, the worse it is for you, especially on Rainmaker, especially this early on in the match.
I mean, yeah, bear in mind that we're only 1 minute in, and Goat doing a good job stopping him in spools, and those are the two playstyles I think we're seeing from these teams. A little bit more caution on the side of Goat, but a little more aggression on defenders, and so far that aggression has paid off for him. But in this case, you're seeing Goat set up here, getting one down, now two down, 3-2, and they're gonna be able to finally push up here, maybe go through the sponge.
Yeah, the sponge is a pretty unpopular place. I don't really see people going that way. So I mean, that was definitely interesting that they were trying to go there. But Eternal was able to take down the Rainmaker, I believe, or at least put pressure on it to help their teammates out. Because the more pressure you have on someone, it just helps soften the kill a little bit for you. So I mean, it's always really good. But Thunder is able to take revenge back, taking out the King Machine, which I mean, they gotta take as many picks as possible. I mean, that's really what you need.
Right, I mean, you hear a lot of talk about high-risk, high-reward pushes, and on this case, I think most of that conversation actually is high-risk, high-rewards going through top left and going through spools, but honestly, there is that extra high-risk option, and that's going through sponge. I mean, that gets you, like, instantly to, I think, in the low 30s. It's a kind of massive push, and you see right there, 3 down, they're going for the sponge, though they don't quite make it.
But I mean, they are able to take out the lead here, as they do have it down to 51. But I mean, you got to keep in mind this is Rainmaker. Anything can happen within the next 10 seconds for all we know.
Or so they take lead, but again, not the most safe. And knowing how far they were able to get in spools and top left, defenders doesn't need to push all that farther through this top left route to take lead. And it's back to even strength with one going down for defenders and a little bit unlucky for them.
Yeah, the K-Pro will be falling down to the side of actually sucks Rainmaker. Which I mean, good for them. I mean, that's a 1 click down. They are able to take out an armor there from the side of Goat to just trying to help them, defend. But I mean, will be going through right, which is kind of their blind spot right now. So I mean, it's kind of a smart push. But I mean, right now everyone's circled around it. Doesn't look like it's gonna be a useful push.
Right, I mean, there you saw them making the call. They saw an opportunity to shift it right and just try to hold forward. Unfortunately, not having enough paint down for them to really make any points down. And that's a minute wasted. That's a 1 more minute gone, and that's what Goat is looking for. They're looking to get this clock going, make sure they're not getting more points on the board.
Can I just point out there how Shy just got a random direct? Like, that was a really well-placed direct.
Right, I mean, insane gameplay from both of these K machines, honestly. I mean, they got that K-Pro cancel last game, and some really nice picks, though ultimately it looks like Toon and Goat is going to go 2 down, and it's giving defenders one more opportunity to push it with 40 seconds left.
See, from the side of Go, I mean, right now they are able to push up. They are lowering the space between the lead. They are able to take it out. One up from the side of Go. They're not getting down to 21, which is just making it even harder for Go to try and push up. But again, it is Rainmaker. You never know.
Right, you mentioned that with anything can happen in 10 seconds, and right there you saw 2 down turn into 3 down, turn into a astounding 30-point lead.
I mean, yeah, that just really shows what can happen in Splatoon. I mean, you can't really say anything is certain unless it's obvious. You really cannot do anything. Like, this game is really just, you have to push until you know you can't do anything. Like, it's really important. You gotta keep on fighting. But, yeah, we will be seeing defenders popping the armor. I mean, right now, they just gotta put so much pressure on the Rainmaker because you need that currently. I mean, they are really weak right now. They will fall, which means that that either way, things weren't looking too well for them. And
Right.
will fall.
It looked like for a minute there they had an opportunity, but they struggled with lockout in the zones match on Humpback, and there again you see them struggle to lock out in Rainmaker, just keep the offense from defenders back. And that's the aggression we're seeing from him, and I'm sure it's going to carry out throughout the rest of the night here.
I mean, yeah, and testing out there is no dull moment at all. which I mean, I mean, that's really for anything. I mean, like in Splatoon, there's never really anything you can say. Oh yeah, that's not really like um, that's a pretty easy set. Like I mean, most times, at least on streams, like those are really good sets. I mean, uh, there's never really a dull moment here at IPL or anything.
Right. I mean, even in that first set there where it ended up being an 100-0 push, it was no one's game for the first 2 minutes. It was really truly a stalemate, and it looked significantly closer than it ended up being.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that last game, like, it was like, it was like really, like all over the place. Like, I mean, we saw Go just able to get down that lead, and then all of a sudden we see defenders take down like 30 points off of that lead. Like, that was a pretty small push that we saw there at the end.
You know what, Band Kid? You know what I think it's time for?
What's it time for?
I think it's time that we remind all of our viewers that staff applications for IPL are open. Specifically looking for production team members, and opening future tournaments in other regions such as EU and Oceania. You know, we've seen the first couple come out with, what is it?
Refresh
me remember the names.
Refresh
Down and King of the Castle. Thank you. And if you're interested in staffing these positions, please fill out the form. You can find that at iplabs.inc/help-us. That is iplabs.inc/help-us.
Yeah, it should be in
yes.
chat. So
there it is. So yeah, if you have any desire to help out in the tournaments, commentate, take our spot here, you know, just submit an application. I'm sure you'll get warm and fuzzies with your response.
Yes, but it looks like we will be going to a break between round 1 and round 2, so we will be seeing you within a few minutes.
Hello and welcome back to Testing Grounds 13. As a reminder, I am Brushstrokes on the mic. With me is Band Kid.
Hello.
Moving in, we're moving into a set here. Cataclysm versus License to Krill. These are two established teams. What do you think we're going to be seeing here?
I think we're going to be seeing some pretty cool sets. I mean, unlike most teams that come out for testing grounds and like frequent tournaments like these, we will be seeing some good coordination. Because I mean, maybe you pick up and stuff, and you may like have good coordination just by memory. But I mean, if you're with the team, like you've been playing with them for a good few months, I mean, that really helps a lot. So I mean, tower control and starfish main stage, that's going to be something good we'll be opening up with for this game one.
For sure, these two teams duked it out in the silver bracket of Swimmer Sync 22 grand finals. It ends up going to Cataclysm 4-0 in a best of 7. My guess here is License to Krill looking to come back and make an upset, I suppose. It is like the 4th seed to the 10th seed in favor of Cataclysm. So, these two teams really going at it.
I mean, if I'm being honest, I probably would have a rivalry with this team if I was on License to Krill. So, I mean, I would definitely be going, like, all out for this set. So, I mean, I know that License to Krill is not going to be taking this lightly. But speaking of which, we will be loading in 2 tower control on Starfish main stage. We will actually be seeing, I believe that's a Sorella 10 and a Rapid Deco, if I'm not wrong. Oh, wait, no, that's a B Rapid. Some pretty interesting comp stuff. We will be seeing actually the V10 instead of the Sorella. Sorry about that, but yeah.
There you go. I mean, that's a fairly traditional comp for this map mode coming out for License to Krill. That Stingray spam from the C-Jet. Cataclysm opting to go backlineless, and now it's a 3-2 game.
Yeah, 2 down from the side of License to Krill right now. When respawning, Cataclysm is going to get on the tower, but I mean, the C-Jet from the side of License to Krill is not going to be letting that happen for much longer. Currently, everyone's up on the field right now. We see a jet being popped from Cataclysm. We will be seeing Cataclysm nearing the checkpoint, which is going to be a crucial for them later on, and their checkpoint will not be ruined as they are actually halfway through.
Right, I mean, look how fast-paced this game is already. You saw a 2v3 and immediately Cataclysm hopping on the opportunity and getting that countdown all the way down to 65, ultimately, not being able to break through that checkpoint, but showing the aggression. And they're trying to hold their spot here after that 4-0 victory, and it's going to be a close set.
Yeah, we will be seeing, I believe that's both armors from the side of both teams that being popped. I mean, things are pretty even right now. It's really just going to be a battlefield for who gets on who gets control of mid first. Sit down from the side of License to Krill. It's like Cataclysm is going to be getting a push, more of a push in very soon.
Right, I mean, unfortunately, you saw License to Krill, they're basically losing their specials. They had 3 of them ready. And now License to Krill just holding on to this Stingray, hoping to not let them through the next checkpoint. But Cataclysm goes 1 down, and they opt to stop pushing the tower, just regroup, charge their own specials, and then maybe get something stronger later.
Yes, we'll be seeing Brawn from the side of License to Krill actually taking out the boys from the side of Cataclysm. Down from the side of Cataclysm right now. License to Krill may have the push that they need very soon.
All right, armor and bubbles ready. That can be a deadly combo. The armor comes out, and the Nautilus goes down for the side of Cataclysm. Now it's a 4-3 game. 2 more specials ready.
Yes, I mean, just like if you think about it, just popping the bubbles with a 10 first thing of all is just like a big power move. Second of all, we see the armor popping out. I mean, that's a thing in itself. But I mean, sadly, we will not be seeing that as the 10 from the side of License to Krill will be falling down momentarily, and they currently are back up on the field. We see Bronze on the side of License to Krill just trying to get some paint down and trying to put pressure on the opposing team.
Yeah, I wonder what the plan was there. I wonder if they were trying to get to that first checkpoint before they popped bubbles and try to use them to stall out. But keep in mind that Brella is a little bit more unconventional for tower. It's a little bit harder to play the distracting weapon that it is when you're forced to play a little bit slower next to the objective. See a 3-3 game though. Inkjet ready for License to Krill, trying to stop them at this checkpoint again.
Yeah, actually, we will be seeing the Krill being able to pop out their jet, which was able to help silence the push a little. But I believe that was actually double from the side of Lecter the Krill from I believe that was the K shot from the side of Cataclysm. So right now, Cataclysm is gonna have to try and get through their checkpoint penalty and try and get rid of it to hopefully try and move on. And they will be able to move on now.
Right, once again, showing their aggression, showing their ability to capitalize on mistakes, and even with the Stingray out there, it doesn't end up getting anyone, and then they're able to finally push all the way to that second checkpoint.
Yes, currently there is one up on the side of Lex and the Krill, something that you do not want to have whenever you're being pushed up on. Two down from the side of Lex and the Krill. I mean, right now they are Catalclysm able to pop out the jet. There is about 30-ish counters left on the counter. Lex and the Krill right now is going to put as much pressure as they can on the tower to make sure Cataclysm does not get much more of a lead.
Right, I mean, even kind of forcing him out of position for a second there was so much green turf down. I thought this was a license to Krill push. I mean, forcing him behind him, forcing him out of the play, keeping the paint down, and now getting through this checkpoint with 30 seconds left in the match, getting this final push that they need to really dominate.
Yes, to really dominate and get that knockout, we see a Jet versus Umbrella on the right side there, and it looks like the Jet will actually take the win there. It looks like there are two down from the side of Legends Curve right now, which is not good, especially whenever there's about 19 counters left on the thing, especially whenever it's knocking out. It's not something you never want to see. One down from the side of Catalclysm, though, Legends Curve has to get on the tower as soon as possible to try and, get overtime here, and it looks like overtime will not happen, so it looks like game one will go to Cataclysm.
Right, I mean, for a lot of that game, I feel like that was a 2-minute push for Cataclysm, but honestly, really, they didn't let License to Krill push. I mean, they stopped him before the first checkpoint. And just really capitalizing on those mistakes, keeping the constant pressure, making sure they're not going too down where they don't need to as we move into Clam Blitz on the Reef.
I mean, what we just saw that game is what we're gonna have to see again. I mean, it's Clam Blitz the Reef. If you get wiped on Clam Blitz the Reef, oh my god, I'm so sorry for you. It's gonna be very hard for you to come back. I mean, this is a mode and a map where if it's gonna be very hard for you to come back on.
Right, and if Cataclysm can hear, recognize those opportunities and capitalize as well, it's going to be a very difficult game for License to Krill to break out. There's conversation about getting the first push and getting those points on so that we can just kind of coast for the rest of the game, but I don't think that's happening here. I think it's going to be a lot of back and forth, or like we saw in the first game here with those two teams, just absolute domination.
Yeah, I'll be fair. I mean, what you said is true. I mean, with the kind of set that we'll be seeing, I mean, it's really up in the air what's gonna happen. Will it be like an easy knockout just then and there, or will it be a more 5-minute game or even overtime game? I mean, it's really just up to how we'll be seeing it. Interesting picks. I mean, we will be seeing actually, I think these are the same comps, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, nearly identical on both teams. I'm not sure if the K-Shot was there last time for Cataclysm, but opting for a C-Jet on the side of License to Krill, hoping to use aggression here with that Inkjet stand. Or Stingray stand, sorry.
Yeah, right now they're not will actually be falling down to the Ray. I believe that's two down from the side of Cataclysm. License Krill may be able to get a push on currently, which is what they need.
Right, License to Krill momentarily they're having 3 down, practically a delayed wipe. But look at them, they're not able to push up. They're getting some paint down left tree. You see them having some aggression here, but they're ultimately not going to be able to do anything, and they go 1 down with missiles.
You'll be seeing another Ray being popped out. One now from the side of Cataclysm. They will be able to get a ball in and possibly even 2 balls in.
Ooh. But the jump is camped with that Nautilus and the Bomb Rush there, and not being able to do anything. You see...
Ooh. It looks like they were not... Cataclysm was able to save a second buff from coming in. 3 down from the side of Alexis Carl. This is what I was saying before. I mean, right now, this is really what you don't want to happen on Clam Blitz Reef. It's really hard to come back from, especially if you get enough clams.
Even with the aggression we've seen from License to Krill, you know, they weren't able to capitalize on their 3 downs, on their 2 downs. And you see here Cataclysm doing the exact opposite, pushing in, getting 2 more picks, and getting this counter down past the 60 mark easily.
Yeah, so currently we're seeing one down from the side of Cataclysm, which is just what License to Krill needs. Just a starting point. 2 down now. I mean, right now, they just gotta get pain. Currently no one's really pushed up, which means that will be the end of the push, which is really good for them. They thankfully were not able to have that pain of them knocking you out in one push.
Right, but while License to Krill here works to paint back up the map and get control, they pop that Stingray to hopefully get a quick pick, but ultimately they go down along with their Tentrella.
Yes, Violet from the side of Cataclysm right now is actually going to be pushing up some, and it looks like Cataclysm may actually be trying to get some land down over there, trying to get some pain for their team later on so they can try and help. There was actually going to be a K-shot flanking from the side of License to Krill, but Violet was able to strike over there and take them down. 2 down from the side of License to Krill. Looks like we're going to be stage off booth currently.
We saw Cataclysm there, Violet using those missiles, checking for those flanks. They saw the 1 and they opted to missile the 2 on respawn, but sharked that last one, made sure they would not come in from behind, and that meant their push could get another 20 points down, and now it's 80 to 26.
Yeah, right now License Krill has the control of the bridge, which is really something that's vital for Reef. I mean, that bridge is the thing that really has access to all of the map. All of the map. Right. So I mean, it's really an important part in it. If you don't have it, the opposing team's gonna have it, and that's not a good thing to have.
Well, you can't forget, and it goes hand in hand, is you need top mid, but you need to be watching those flanks. You know, turf control has been so back and forth, especially in the 2 trees. It's really difficult to say if anyone or if License to Krill has ever truly had control, even with the top mid.
Yes, License to Krill is going to be popping the armor in another 10, and the 10 actually will be shredded. So I mean, right now they really just gotta be trying to push up, and they will be trying to get a jump in, but that will not help them at all, as even though they get 1 in and they get 2 in, they aren't gonna be able to get much more. So I mean, they got some progress, but not enough to help them get closer to lead.
Right, with 1 minute left on the counter, these little tiny baby pushes might not be enough. You know, sometimes you're able to stalemate the rest of the game, and the game is really 1 ball or 2 balls difference. But I think in this case, with the aggression we've seen from Cataclysm, that's not going to happen.
You see Inari over here with the ball launcher trying to get rid of that 10, and they will be able to get rid of that 10. It's currently 2 down from the side of License to Krill. We will be seeing Cataclysm possibly trying to push up very soon here. 4v4, they will be popping Wraitho, which means that just really shows that License to Krill is the thing that's, like, you know, really trying to he's really trying to make sure that they don't get much more, and their penalty will actually stay up there with 12 penalty points, which means right now License to Krill only has 1 chance really to push up.
And what felt like the only real time we've seen License to Krill really not let them in. They had to cleanse them in the game, and I think that tension made them play a little stronger defense. But License to Krill really throwing everything they have into this final push. They choose to jump with the ball. They don't get it in, though. The jump ultimately dies, the other one as well. And now it's just some bubbles and a wipe.
Which means that will basically be game. I mean, that's one of the cases where, like, it's obvious that it's not going to be it. I mean, they have 2 clams. I mean, and they don't have anyone up on the field. That's the one case where you're like, oh, okay, yeah, in the earlier cases of the match. But I mean, yeah, License to Krill definitely was not trying to go out there without a fight.
I mean, after SOS going 4-0, License to Krill has some stress, I'm sure. They're really trying to get this upset. And, you know, the stakes might be lower now. They went 2-0. They have lost, and I said in air quotes, the set, but it's a play all 3. So in this 3rd match, the stakes might be lower. They might be able to play a little more patiently and really shut down Cataclysm.
Yes, and in fact, we will be going on Splat Zone's Wahoo World, which, I mean, it really just shows that you gotta have pressure on that zone, and it's not something like Comeback how we saw last set. Like, this is one of the maps where, like, it's very stubborn on who gets the zone.
Right. But also it's a small zone and it's circular, so a booyah bomb and a couple spot bombs in the zone is enough to cap it. But the entire map kind of converges around this center piece. And it's gonna be interesting to see how these two teams duke it out, just trying to get that paint control in the center and then move into a lockout phase.
Yeah, I mean, it's really important to remember that. I mean, the middle part, like the whole mid, is the zone. So I mean, it's really like just important that you gotta have control of mid at all times, and if you don't, that's literally game because you're not really focusing on objective.
Right. We've seen some really nice capitalization on mistakes in favor of Cataclysm. So we're going to see what happens with that, if they're going to be able to recognize the 2-down opportunities and make that 2-down a 4-down.
Yes, currently we will actually be seeing some, hold on. we won't be seeing much change in comps, I believe at all. So, I mean, currently right now, Let's Go is getting the paint that they need, which, I mean, if I'm being honest, that's really what you need on zones, so even if it isn't for zones. So, I mean, it was really important to have later on.
Right, I mean, identical comps to last game, this time in zones, and we see the Rapid Blaster, they're trying to do something about the tent, but ultimately it doesn't look that effective, and they're forced to back up with cap against their favor.
Yes, we currently everyone everyone on the side of Catalclysm has their oh my god, sorry.
Yes, special. Good.
And
this is the first time we've seen License to Krill with a strong first lead, and 66 points isn't perfect, but it's certainly something, and if they can keep this pressure and keep this aggression, it might be one of those games where it is just a 20-point game the entire time. Unfortunately, what we saw in that tower match was a stalemate E for the first kind of half of the game, and then Cataclysm able to take advantage in the last minute or so and get all the way down to basically a knockout before overtime could start. So what License to Krill doesn't want to see here is that again is a good lead and then just one dangerous push and lockout.
I mean, this is a really interesting game we're seeing right now. I mean, like, this is really just showing that License to Krill is really here for this game 3. I mean, they got to knock it down all the way to 40. I mean, it depends on what Cataclysm is going to do later on in the game, but I mean, that's really just showing how much they want this game 3.
Right, and there you go. You see Cataclysm try to get a push in here, and License to Krill shuts them down. This game is for now at least in their favor for sure, and it looks like here they're gonna do everything they have to get a recap of 3-2, and now respawns start coming in, and they move into their second lockout.
Yes, currently we are seeing everyone up, which I mean, right now all that License to Krill has to do is just trying to get paint down. Their penalty is over, so I mean, right now they just got to get more of a lead, which I mean is really what they need for going against Cataclysm.
Right, you see them fighting for zone here. The Zap pushes a little far up and goes down, and that might be the end of their push. With Cataclysm focusing these picks instead of recapping. But there's the cap, and there's 1 down from the Rapid, 2 down from the Rapid, but ultimately trading that tent umbrella.
I mean, yeah, right now the tent on the side of License to Krill is really just trying to get pressure down. Currently, there is about 30 counters left until lead for Cataclysm to take back their lead. So I mean, currently things are hot. Stakes are high right now, so.
Right, but a very nice suction bomb gonna cancel that inkjet, and though there's only 10 points difference here in ticks, there's 2 specials ready for License to Krill. You see the armor come out, there's the curling bomb launcher. Cataclysm is able to take lead through that, but there's the recap for License to Krill, and they're gonna get 2 down, and they're gonna try one more time, 3 down, and try one more time to get this lockout and expand, get that lead back and expand it.
They really got to make sure that they are, being really defensive here with the zone. I mean, they have like a lot of penalties, so, and then they only have like a counters after that. So I mean, it's really important. And they may just take back the zone like right here, and they do, which gives them 30 counters of penalty, which makes things even worse. So currently, right now, License to Krill really has to be defensive for this game 3.
Such a close cap there, almost able to hang on for a little bit longer. But this is back and forth. This is not the gameplay we've seen between these two teams in the last couple of matches. But we talked about that tower control match, them able to get points on late in the game, and there's 1 minute left, 50 seconds taking down on that timer, and License to Krill has to get these picks, get this cap, or they'll get knocked out here with 18 ticks.
Yes, but I mean, they will be. Right now, things are really just a battlefield for zone. I mean, right now, they're just trying to get as much pain in the zone as possible and trying to get picks alongside it. I mean, that's the thing about zone is that if you get to a point like this, it's really hard because you're getting picks, but you also got to get zone. Like, it's really just lopsided, I guess.
Right, and you know, that's the Cataclysm way we've seen is getting the key picks and then going for objective. We saw them there in one of the retakes, getting 3 down and then finally getting cap. And it's working in their favor now, 4-2 on this lockout in the last 10 seconds of the match. And there you go, you see timer tick down, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that's another game for Cataclysm, but significantly closer for License to Krill. You know, lower stakes with the game 3, not able to take anything for tiebreakers, but it's certainly going to be a help.
I mean, that game 3 definitely was. That was one hell of a game 3. I mean, that was like the biggest fight for zone I've seen in a long time, and I've seen like a lot of big fights. So I mean, that was really crazy to see just that game. So,
Right.
yeah, but I mean,
some really close sets between those two, but ultimately Cataclysm is going to take it 3-0 as we go into a break. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back, everyone, to Testing Grounds 13. I am Bandkid, and I'm okay, I promise. And we have Brush with me in the Commentators booth still. But before we move on with Testing Grounds round 3, I would like to give a little promotion to Off the Dials, It's Dangerous to Go Alone. Off the Dials, It's Dangerous to Go Alone. It's their flagship solo tournament. So if you sign up alone, the tournament organizers give you your own team with other FAs. If you don't have a team yet, but you're looking to dip your toes in the competitive scene, or maybe just get some tournament experience, if you want to have a chance to meet some new people, get your name out there, and make some friends, or if you're looking to recruit someone or whatever, or if you just want to cheat on your team and play with some different people for a change, this tournament's for you. Registration closes April 7th, and the tournament starts on April 10th. You can find more information over at otd.inc/IDTGA, which is just, it's Dangerous to Go Alone, but abbreviated.
We will try and get that link in chat for you as soon as possible. Moving into a game between Memento, and I'm gonna pass this over to Bandkid to say it. You wanna introduce this team for us? You wanna tell us what this team is called?
Definitely called me Maya. I don't
Maya? Miau?
Miau.
Miau.
Welcome back to episode 1, season 2 of the Commentators, butchering name. Okay. But yes, in this round 3, we will be seeing Rainmaker Snapper Canal on the game 1. So, what would you like to see from this first game, from what you saw from those rosters, if you recognize anyone?
I would like to see complete domination from Memento, so I don't have to say meow. No. I would like to see it. This is a great C-Jet map on the Rainmaker Snapper Canal. You see a lot of that Stingray spam. So I wouldn't be surprised if we actually see C-Jets coming up from both sides to really get those Stingrays going.
C-Jet is a really popular choice. I mean, that would not be surprising, but we will actually not be seeing any C-Jets, but we will be seeing, I believe that is from the side of Memento. We will be seeing a knife pulling out the scope, which will be pretty interesting to see, but on the side of the team name, Mia, yeah. We will not be seeing any dedicated backlines at all, but they may be going what a lot of teams like to do and make their Nautilus the backline.
Okay, I've gotten word from chat that it's Miau. Anyway, you see one going down for Memento here. 4-3 in favor of Miau. And they're choosing to push with the safer route a little bit farther. A flank going on, getting that V charger down, getting 2 down in the pro, and now it's a 2v1 game around this Rainmaker pop.
Yeah, currently 3 down from the side of Memento, which means Miau is actually going to be able to try and try and get more of a push than just 71, because this push may be good now, but I mean later on in the game you do not want to have this as your only push.
71 is a good opener if you can follow it up and get like up onto that snipe area there. Unfortunately, that's not what we saw. We saw Memento able to respawn and get control back in their favor. And now you see them trying to reset here. They get the pick on the zap and the Rainmaker resets.
Yes, I would like to point out though, is how we were saying that the nod is possibly going to be the anchor for the side of Miau. Mm-hmm. But actually currently they're going 6-1 right now up at the top there. So I mean, this is really interesting to see how Miau will perform whenever they are being pushed up from Memento. So it's going to be really interesting game 1 we'll be seeing.
Well, look at that. I mean, the downside to having a little bit less range as your backline is that someone like a V-Charger can just box you out, and then you see getting that pick on the Nautilus as they set up for their push here. The Stingray ready, and thankfully not having to grab it. The other teammate comes in and picks up the Rainmaker, and there you go. There you see the Stingray. They're going to push it left as well with 3 down. Oh, there's a DC on the Zap. I'm not sure what the timer looks like. I think they're going to get a replay.
I believe so.
All right. Yeah. So there's the replay. So we're going to be able to see a new opener, a new start. Same comps though. So we saw some interesting stuff there, especially from that Nautilus. There was a lot of conversation there, getting the 6 picks fairly early on before the DC. So
that's very interesting to see. I mean, most teams would use that as their backline, but I mean, just then that backline really, or quote unquote backline really, got a lot of picks there. So I mean, this is going to be really interesting to see what we'll be seeing again, and possibly even see Memento possibly try and get the first push, or maybe see a repeat of what happened last time, or potentially even more. Who knows?
Right. We weren't quite seeing the domination, the capitalization on the picks there early on with that push. We're only getting it to around 71 on the scoreboard. So trying to truly do better there and get the wipe, get the 3 down, and just wreak havoc, get all the way up into that Rainmaker, whether you're pushing it through court or through ramp. But getting the points down, getting that early lead, and then trying to lock out and play defense.
Yes, it's gonna be a really interesting game 1 that we'll be seeing. I mean, we saw like a little snippet of what's gonna happen. Like we just sorry, we like flash forward a little like in the future there, you could say. And now it's just like, will that happen again, or will we see a difference in this game 1?
Right. I mean, for all we know, we're gonna see a different opener here. We're gonna see new positioning. And it's all that stuff that goes into getting those initial picks, getting that first push. So, we're gonna see certainly some interesting stuff, as you said. Do you have any thoughts about tower control Mako Mark based on the comps we saw?
I know for sure that Knife pulling out the scope, that would be pretty interesting to see. Well, if they'll keep the scope, or if they'll go to Firefin, or if they'll go to a completely different weapon. I believe we did. Did we see a K machine? Because that's a good machine map or map mode combo.
Don't believe we did, though. You're totally right. A machine on that map, or really any slosher, can wreak havoc and snipe, especially through that first to second checkpoint area. So we'll see if anyone here is able to flex on, or if they've got a sub or another weapon that can take it. And Clownblitz Albacore, again, another ranged friendly map. So if they are going backline-less for this entire game, that's going to be to their detriment. That's going to be a struggle. They have to, get to that charger, get the picks they need, or just at least pressure them backwards.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like on Albacore for sure. Like, you really got to have that back line there, and if you don't have that back line and they push up, it's really hard to get position. So I mean, it's really just a map where like you gotta make sure that you're good at defending, and if you're not good at defending, you're not gonna do too well. So it's just like you gotta make sure that you're doing everything well.
Right. Well, I think on the other hand, though, especially with this Clamblitz map in this game 3, as long as no one goes up 2-0, that will favor the aggression a little bit, even though it is so ranged. We're getting word that there is a substitute coming out in place of that zap for weapon swaps. So we'll see what comp looks like here.
Yeah, for sure. I believe that was actually a weapon swap we saw right there from the side of Miau. So yeah.
Game of Tetris.
Yeah,
Tetris on both sides now, actually.
Double Tetris thing. Currently, Memento does have the lead in the Rainmaker. We do see Toya able to just try and get paint on the left in case they are able to get popped, but it looks like they are going to turn that to a flank. From the side of Memento, things aren't looking too well. They have that hit over on the side. They just got to pop it and take it.
Like, you see the Tetris, you're painting all the way up. That's what Tetris do best, is move all the way up distract. You see them now pulling out K-Pro, I think, out of position while the Rainmaker pushes through ramp. And they get to 32. That's the big push they need to start off the game. Nothing is sacred on this map. Getting up into that ramp is really what you want. But it's certainly a strong initial push as Memento sets up their specials and gets ready for a push back in.
That certainly was really interesting, though. I mean, you saw Tetris push the right for what? Just to distract them? Because, I mean, like, they just went through ramp. Like, that was a pretty, I'm gonna be honest, that was, like, really, out of the blue there. I mean, that was quite, the strategy there. But at the same time, Tetris is known for being a little, don't want to distract, so, you never know.
Right, the Tetris are difficult to deal with because on one hand, if they're playing the other side of the map, it's very easy to distract someone and pull them all the way over, but at the same time, it's a risk. They have killing power. If they get the flank, if you just ignore them, you will go down. The Rainmaker ultimately resets here after Miau being able to force like 6 more points out of it. Splashdown and Stingray ready in favor for Memento as they set up their push.
Yes, currently we'll be seeing a 33 actually. Triceps from the side of on the left of Snapper, which means right now they just gotta right now they're just trying to put pressure, kick down as many people as possible. One down from the side of Memento. This may be a new push ready for Miau.
Right, the Stingray comes out just trying to Rainmaker strafe here is Miau, and they ultimately get away with it. A 3v3, but the Tetris come up and sneak through that Rainmaker blast and get the pick. It's 3 down in favor of Memento. Now the Tetris in a 1v1 with these, Nautilus, there we go. As they get ready to do their own push, a delayed wipe.
Yeah, currently there is actually it is currently a 4v2 in favor of Memento. So currently they just gotta try and get to the left side or just wherever to try and push up. That try is currently responding. So I mean, right now they just gotta get more picks because I mean going with the whole team alive is not gonna do much for you.
Right, the Tetris here distracting in a 1v1 with the other Tetris. We'll see who's able to win this. Just the infinite dodge rolls left and right for these two, ultimately going in favor of Miau. But it's a good distraction. Miau going 2 down in the process. Now the Rainmaker tries to get some points here. Just the zap alive as Miau comes back on respawns. But the Rainmaker does go down to that suction bomb, stopping their push at 31. Now 2 down in favor of Miau. 3 down in favor of Miau, just the zap alive, and they might not even pop this. They might just go for the lockout. But no, there's the pop, and we see them grabbing and now setting up a push of their own.
Yeah, there is only about 6 points between the leads, so Miau's gonna have to try and do their best to open up that push a little bit, or lead so that it's more safer grounds for them. Knife is actually able to get that quick splashdown cancel. That was a pretty clean snipe, if I do say so. I mean, like that was good.
Right. I mean, we talk about though it's a 6-point difference, but I would argue on this map, The difference between 25 and 31 on even both pushes in is significant. I mean, both points have these massive choke points through the ramp through this the small ramp when you push ramp and through the little overlook area when you push left. So getting these extra points here for Memento is gonna be a struggle.
Yes, currently we'll be seeing this hair, I believe that's the caper from the side of Memento, and it's kind of a tough spot right now, but they will be able to throw down a big up bomb at their feet. But it looks like, I believe that's the zap from the side of Miau will try to fight them, but will not have that much avail, but then immediately they will get revenge, and Chick from the side of Miau will be able to get the revenge. We're spawning from the side of Memento, thing up for Miau, Memento has to try and get a pushes in the next 15 seconds, and if not, I think they're not going to look too well.
Beautiful strafing there from that Ink Check Arena squid form. And look at all this map controls Miau has. Memento has to pull out all the stops here, try to get popped. The caper runs out of ink though. Just barely managing to grab it ahead of OT, but losing their Booyah Bomb. And now it's a 4v4 game. But the Tri-Slosher DCs, this might be enough to give them the win. They have to get 2 more picks, 3 more picks, and that could be game. The Tetras go in, try to get the pick on the Rainmaker. They go down. This could be anyone's game now.
I mean, like, you only have a few seconds left. Like, right now, they have to push up. Like, if not, overtime will be over. See down from the side of Miau, they are going to try and push up, get pain. But right now, they're being a little too cautious. I mean, this is doing too well for them. I mean, they gotta be pushing for this. If not, that overtime timer is gonna have to run out, and then they're gonna have to lose the game. It's splashdown in that will game.
You know, their first push on that side was ended by a suction bomb, and I think they were trying to be really careful to try to get the 3 down, you know, the wipe there because of the DC. Miau, thankfully, able to hold on to that win, even with the Tri-Slosher leaving the lobby there at the end there, and, you know, taking the victory for game 1.
Yeah, I mean, even though that did come out to a Miau, I mean, that was a pretty tinsful last few seconds there. I mean, they really have to just try and push up and try and do what they can to keep themselves alive in that game, because it was very possible, but sadly they were not able to.
Right, I mean, an excellent lockout for Miau, even though it got a little bit close there with that one push on left side. But ultimately, you know, 2 more minutes of gameplay after that, and they did a great job making sure Memento had no chance to push back in. Tower control Mako Mark. We talked a little bit about sloshers here. Do you have any other thoughts?
I believe this slosher is very important pick here. I mean, if we'll be seeing it, that's up in there, because I don't believe he could use it, but I mean, I could be wrong at the same time.
Right.
I mean,
positioning wise, I think it's really important that you control both stacks when you move in, you know, taking your stack on a lockout, then taking their stack to keep lead or to, you know, push that tower a little bit farther. On top of that, you know, getting into bunker, controlling snipe is also really important, and making sure that they don't get to rain down tower with you, especially if you don't have the slosher to deal with that from tower itself. Tower takes a really risky path here, you know, kind of weaving into freezer right by their respawn area, or, you know, close-ish to their respawn area. And if on your offensive push, if you're not able to control that turf, it's really difficult to get past the second checkpoint. No, like, ignore the third or even KOing. First checkpoint, on the other hand, is in a kind of weird spot with being super below the respawn area. So, you know, just bomb spam really being important there.
Yeah, I mean, really just being bombarded by bombs is not something you like on Mako, but I mean, that's really what everyone resorts to whenever that happens. So, I mean, can't really, you know, be that much of a winner. Gotta really go with it. But yeah, like, if you really just get past the second checkpoint, that's really hard for the other team to come back from. I mean, obviously you can do it. I mean, anything's possible, but it's just really hard to whenever they get past the second checkpoint. Like, for most tower control maps, once you get past a certain point, it's really hard for you to try and have that much of a comeback.
For sure, you know, we unfortunately had that DC first time, and that's kind of slowing down this set here, but I'm sure in no time, here we go, we're going to start on Tower Mako Mart.
Yes, surprisingly, we'll be seeing a ball point being pulled out, and a bloblobber. Some
Wow.
some choices you won't really see that much. And even more surprisingly, we'll be seeing a last-ditch effort being pulled out from Knife with the ball wire. I mean, that just really makes it really just like this game really more interesting and lively.
Right, I mean, both these comps seem very foreign from what we just watched, but an Octo Brush from Memento along with that Keishin and Blob is gonna allow them to have a distracting play and then kind of a finisher with that Blob with a little bit of range there. But Miau was able to take the first push here, not getting it too far, only getting it a little bit into the 90s. Just a very even game, a little bit of turf favor for Miau, but they're actively trying to fight that.
Yeah, currently everyone is up, but one will be falling back, which means right now Memento is able to take more room to push up. They do take the lead right here, and Amori is trying to just get pressure down. But it looks like there will be a flank from Toya and Cam, I believe, from the side of Miau, which really just just helped them out, but also kind of hurt them a bit because they did both fall down, and that's half your team gone. So
right, but Miau goes 3 down there, and Memento, or sorry, just the ballpoint for Miau, just trying to hold on and desperately stop him to that checkpoint. But the Brush is able to flank back and forth through that checkpoint, and they're able to get through. It looks like now, though, Miau is finally able to take control of their stack again and stop this push, though not before the team can reach halfway with 50 points.
Yes, currently we are already seeing a 4v3. One down from the side of Memento. I mean, they are responding currently, but I mean, yeah, right now they just gotta try and get pain, because I mean, if you don't got pain on this map specifically, good luck. I mean, it's Splatoon. That's the thing that sets it apart. Like, you have to have map control. If you don't have map control with Ink, I mean, that's really hard for you to pull off.
Right. I mean, props to Miau. This is a very easy map for a push to snowball all the way from first checkpoint to KO. So props to them for able to stop it even before they hit that second checkpoint. But, Memento is doing a great job just holding on to mid here, opting to not even take tower, just lock out and make sure they can't do anything, though. Here you go, you see them hopping on tower, trying to expand this lead a little bit.
Yeah, 3 down from the side of Memento, actually. 2v2, in fact. 3 down from the side of Miau, actually. I mean, right now, Memento is looking up for them right now. 2.5 minutes left about on the game. Miau has to try and get some more footing down, because if not, things are not going to look good in the next 2 minutes.
Right, the Blob fighting for that, or sorry, the K-Machine fighting for that pick on the Tetris, ultimately getting it. It's a 4v3 with Bomb Rush ready in favor of Memento, where the Kashin is left alone all the way up in the drop area there, while the tower is a little bit further behind.
Yes, we will be seeing a 4v3 actually from the side of Memento. I mean, that's really something you don't really like seeing whenever you push up, but I mean, it's actually a 2v2 currently, which means that may be the end of the game, but I mean, currently, looking at their, I believe that's kill special ratio, I mean, currently the machine from the side of Memento will be, currently has 10-11 now. I mean, they're really just going out and shredding through this team.
I don't know if you noticed there, but the map control is so in Memento's favor right now. You know, it's look at them stuck in this drop area, getting a double kill there with the splashdown. And just kind of wreaking havoc. This K-Machine really going off, and Shadon can do anything, though, ending up getting stuck in a 2v1 in the ballpoint, and the Tetris take him down.
Yeah, this is like the K-Machine's game. Like, this really just proves our point of K-Machine's map. Like, this is a really big map for K-Machine. Like, it's if you don't have a K-Machine, another team has a K-Machine, good luck. Like, it just wreaks havoc on this map.
Right, I mean, I can't speak whether or not this was kind of a flex weapon pick for them. But, there's discussion about, is it worth playing weapon you're less familiar with if it's really just in favor of the map? And I think in this case, K-Machine just dominates so well.
It really does. I mean, there's other weapons too that dominate on this, but like K-Machine just really helps out like so much. Here from the side of Miau, though, I mean, right now things are not looking up for them at all. They have 30 seconds left. They have to get some footing on the ground, and if not, the Mids are gonna have to take the game here.
Right. I mean, some really great aggression we've been seeing from Memento, which wasn't really their forte back in the Rainmaker map. But now it's 3-2. They're finally trying to get to this second checkpoint. They get 2 more points, and they're shut down from that ballpoint. But they're gonna have to go. Mia's gonna have to go into overtime here if they want to actually take this win. They don't want to be fighting for the set win in game 3. And that's exactly what we're seeing here, overtime starting.
Yes, we're seeing 4v4 currently. One up from the side of Miau. This is just the set. This is the thing that starts the destruction, and that will be the end of overtime, meaning that the game 2 will be going to Memento.
Right, you saw the ballpoint going down on tower, and no one, one of the players being stuck in the ink shed, no one being able to really hop on. And that game didn't feel that close. You know, maybe if Miau had been able to get that push 2 minutes earlier, we would be having a different conversation right now. But Memento did a great job just controlling the map, controlling those stacks, making sure they couldn't drop down from their bunker and snipe. And we move into Clan Blitz on New Albacore Hotel.
Yes, Clements on the Albacore Hotel, you really have to get that map control there. If you do not have that control on Albacore, things are not really that good for you, especially whenever you're pushing up or whenever you are be the ones being pushed in. It's really just not really that good. Like, you always have to have map control, like you got to flank or whatever. But on this map specifically, it's really hard to get out of a lockout. Like, it's especially hard.
Right, we're moving into a game 3 here, Clan Blitz and Albacore Hotel. I mean, I think you're exactly right with that comment on the lockouts. I'm not sure if we're going to see a K machine again, though a ballpoint wouldn't be awful here, you know, making sure you have that range to watch that bridge on offense and on defense, because controlling terrace can be really deadly.
Especially, I mean, really any Splatling here just really excels here. I would love to see that BPN or possibly even that Nautilus switch to Remix. This is a really good stage for Remix as a Remix made myself, so I mean, it would be really interesting to see what we'd be pulling out here.
I don't know. I mean, it's certainly struggled. The Booyah doing a great job controlling a push. You know, or raining down from above, making sure everyone has to leave. But you know, the game's got to get started here soon and quickly, and we're gonna see how quickly they're able to get going.
Yeah, we will be looking into our map right now on Clan Blitz Albacore Hotel. We will be seeing that BPN staying, and we're actually be seeing a mini and 4K, 2 weapons you don't really see that much. Interesting enough, we will actually be seeing a quick super dump being pulled out from Knife. You don't really be seeing that ability being pulled out that much. That's a really interesting ability choice there.
Yeah, I take it Memento was struggling with range, now pulling out the E-leader to fight that ballpoint. So we'll see if that's able to work out in their favor. But, you know, from that first game, basically having no backline beyond the V-Charger, now to having an E-leader and a ballpoint in the comps. I think this just speaks to a really great job picking weapons that counter your opponents. And now we're stuck with a mini Splatling and an E-leader.
Yeah, I mean, currently we will be seeing a 4v4 on the map right now. Really, they just gotta try and get lit. Both teams just gotta try and find a pick or something that they can do to try and find a blind spot on the other team to try and push up. One down from the side of Memento. Things right now, I mean, right now, Miau really has to try and find that blind spot as we were talking about before. I mean, that's really on the left side, so I mean, they just gotta try and find a spot. But it actually looks like they were able to get 2 picks from the side of Miau, so I mean, things looking kind of up for Memento right now, as they will be able to get a ball in.
You know, they had all that map control there, and they weren't able to do anything because they were 1 down and had no specials. And unfortunately, their push is going to end with just the 1 ball going 3 down, the 96, I think, being a respawn. And now Miau was able to paint the map, move back up, and see the ballpoint pressuring this bridge here, wanting to set up a push through terrace. The E-leader trying to make sure that doesn't happen.
Currently, 3v3 on the field right now. I mean, that really just you know, it's not going to be helping anyone out. There is an armor going to be popping for Miau currently. Turn out from the side of Memento. I mean, this is probably what Miau needs to try and get a push up. I mean, just getting past 80 is really easy on Clan Blitz. So, I mean, you just got to get a power clam in, and then some more clams in, and boom, that's lead.
Right, and you see, it's an even strength game. Specials ready on favor of Miau, though the Tetra's trading there.
Yeah, currently, we'll be seeing Kiddo from the side of Miau. Hopefully, a push possibly from Memento get to trying to hiding that lead a little bit, so it's a bit harder for Miau to try and push up again.
Right, I mean, one of the struggles of this map is getting in, especially with these 2 teams watching Bridge so well, knowing that they have the range to push through there. it's a struggle to actually get across, get into terrace, and then do something. And you see the E leader here just trying to use its range and make sure they don't have a chance. But ultimately backing up here, they don't have the clams they need to get a push going.
And then all of a sudden we see a jet being pulled out from a chicken from the side of Miau. I mean, like, right there, that was just like a surprise jet all of a sudden for the 4K. I mean, that was not really, like, the reaction that they had right there was, like, that just happened randomly. Like, if I'm being honest, ooh, that was one jet, that's for sure.
Sure. Now we see the Tetris, trying to terrorize again, getting the one pick on the 96 gal. I wonder how they're struggling with that range with the slow armor, though the range for sure gave them Memento, and this is a stalemate game at mid. I think I mentioned earlier how sometimes games can just be a 1-ball, 2-ball game, and with Memento struggling to push back in and get more clams in, this could be one of those.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you will be seeing 3 up from the side of both teams. Commentators Chris right there. Actually, 2 down from the side of Miau right now. Another push being pulled out from Memento right here. 80 on the board. They gotta try and get some more clams in because that's not a safe lead either, especially this late into the match.
Right, but you see Toya going around for that flank there, ending up getting, I think, the mini down and ending their push with just one more ball. But 60 seconds left on the clock. It's a 2v2. These teams have to pull out something if they really want to be 100% confident that their lead will be enough.
Yes, I mean, right now they just really got to play defensively, or just try to make sure that they don't get any in, because they only need super clam in, I believe, about four what is it? Clams in, and that's lead. So I mean, they really got to be up on their toes for what's going to be happening. I believe that is going to be a jump in, but that would not be able to get it in. 20 seconds left, and it's only the ball point. Things are not looking up for them currently. Right,
but they're struggling to have this offense, and now moving back to mid to paint up, that might be game. It might just be 2 solo ball pushes. He's going to decide this intense set. A trade going down at mid. 9 seconds left on the clock. No ball from Miau. Scrambling to get clams, though. They're 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They have 10 clams, but no ball. And that's going to be the set, 2-1 in favor of Miau. No, Memento. I can remember things.
That was a really interesting set there. I mean, Miau was able to get that win even with a DC-ish for Miau in the replay. I mean, that was like a really interesting game 3 we saw there, and game 2 for that matter. But yeah, that was just really interesting overall what we saw. Is there anything else you would like to point out?
Nothing in the sets. I mean, the first match felt really dominating for Miau, and the second one, they weren't able to come back, and, that Clem's Blitz match was just a stalemate, so these two teams really, really even, obviously having their weaknesses where they are. I don't know too much about these teams myself, but I'm sure we're going to be seeing more of them as the tournament progresses. If this is the level of play, these two teams are cutthroat here. So definitely excited to see them as we move throughout Swiss and then into the elimination bracket. I think we're going to wrap it up here, though, Band Kid. Anything you would like to plug?
I would like to plug my Twitter, because that's really the only thing I have. Yes, you can find me over Twitter. You can see it on screen right now. Ban_kid_. Yeah, that's really it for now. But yeah, for you, what can people find you over at?
I'm on Twitter and Twitch at BrushstrokesWP, as you see it on stream there. That's really all I got. Some really fun sets to commentate, and we're gonna pass the mics over.
Yes.
Don't forget, Flow Inc. is tomorrow.
I mean, signups are close now, I think, but I mean...
Signups are close.
So, but I mean, yeah, I mean, I like we're playing it tomorrow. But yeah, that will be the end of us. Tonight we will be seeing some new commentators very soon. Yeah, thank you all for having us tonight. And yeah, is there anything else you want to say, Brush?
That's all I got. Thank you.
All right, so yeah, we will see. Testing Grounds 13 will be back very shortly. But again, this will be the end of us. So yeah, we'll see you all later.
Bye.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Testing Grounds. Here, hosted by IPL. I am DRF, and I am joined by Cater. How are you doing?
That is me. I am doing great. How about you?
It's been a long week, but we made it. We're here. It's Friday, and now we get to watch some amazing Splatoon go down.
Yeah, this is what my week has been leading up to. This is the good stuff. All right, so for our match here, we have Insert Fast Food here versus Toon the Goat, and honestly, I always love the names of teams that I get to say over and over on stream. I once had to say Fatman360 for 2 sets straight. That's probably the worst it's ever been for me. But yeah.
Yeah, no, definitely love to see all sorts of fun team names come out here. So I think there's a little bit of history with like some of the Insert Fast Food here, and Toon the Goat's a name that I have yet to see as well, but these will be fun to say over and over again as we head into round 4 of our Swiss stage.
Yes, so for our first match here, we have Splat Zones on Schellendorf Institute, and we are going to be heading right into it. I was gonna say, any thoughts on this stage? I mean, I don't like Schellendorf, but that's just a me thing.
Schellendorf Zones is not too terrible. So I mean, I think it's an okay map mode combo. I mean, I know people have very strong opinions on Schellendorf, but looking here, both teams rocking a K-Pro. I think that's definitely something very typical you'll see on Schellendorf in general. Just it has a decent range to reach across a couple of these gaps that you'll see. It reaches a lot of little niche spots on the map. So I think that's part of why we're seeing the K-Pros coming on both sides. But already here we have Toon the Goat getting first cap of the zone, and they're going to continue to hold on to this as Insert Fast Food here, continuing to just struggle, always having a member or two down.
Yeah, Toon the Goat is doing a really good job of pushing them back and zoning them out. I mean, zones itself is a lockout mode, because if you can't reach mid, you can't reach the zone. And unfortunately, the K-Machine does go down, so this will give Insert Fast Food here a bit of an opportunity to come back, especially with that Booyah Bomb and the Ink Storm coming out. We're already down to past 30 for Toon the Goat. I am not doing well with saying these names, but the Insert Fast Food here does get the cap, which applies a hefty penalty of 56 to them, so the game is not quite over yet.
Yeah, and they desperately needed that. So far, this has been a very one-sided match with Toon the Goat just dominating this match so far. And, they Insert Fast Food here managed to cap the zone for literally 2 seconds before Toon the Goat managed to recap it, and they're already most of the way through this penalty. They're going to get pretty close to getting out of this, and possibly even getting more points up on the board. However, Insert Fast Food here is going to put a little bit of a stoppage to that as a nice trade between the K-Pro and the Inkjet goes down, but Insert Fast Food here still does not have the numbers, and Toon the Goat is going to get even closer to getting out of this penalty, and here they go. More points on the board now for Toon the Goat.
Yeah, they had the penalty applied to them, but they got through it pretty much immediately, and now they're already down to single digits. This is, again, you said pretty one-sided, looking just like a KO for Toon the Goat, and that's exactly what it's going to be. Not completely 100-0, but still a very nice dominant game out of Toon the Goat for the first game of the set here.
Yeah, and it's, wow, just a very dominant performance, honestly. I'm not even sure anything that I can specifically pinpoint that, Toon the Goat did better than Insert Fast Food here, other than, get those picks, because it really felt like Insert Fast Food here was always at a numbers disadvantage.
Yeah, you're right. They always had one member or two members down, and unfortunately, when you're at a numbers disadvantage, that means you're at a resources disadvantage. You don't have the paint coming out. You don't have the specials or the subs getting thrown at the enemies to poke them, so you're just kind of stuck.
Yeah, so, I mean, unfortunately, there for Insert Fast Food here, that's just gonna be a rather demoralizing game 1. But they really need to just pick themselves up here as we start to look into game 2, which is going to be Rainmaker on Muscle Forge Fitness.
Rainmaker on Muscle Forge Fitness is quite the interesting map mode. I mean, there's a couple of different ways to get to the podium, especially with that little ink rail on the left, I believe. But it kind of, either way, it boils down to like long alleyways leading up to podium.
Yeah, yeah, this one is, I mean, and just with Rainmaker in general, this is going to be one of those where, you know, it's nice to get some of those early pushes in, but I think with Muscle Forge, it's especially tricky to even hold really any lead unless it's basically right up to the pedestal, because with Muscle Forge, there's just so much opportunity to just get a couple effects and, you know, just kind of create this avalanche effect that kind of rides the Rainmaker all the way up to that pedestal, because I mean there's really only two ways to carry this, and if you can kind of just, you know, force your way through, get those picks, then you're in a pretty good spot to take it all the way.
Yeah, a lot of Rainmaker is spent just trying to create an opportunity, because usually if you go 3 down or if you get wiped, that's fatal. I mean, Rainmaker matches can be over in the blink of an eye, and like you mentioned, these matches can snowball really quickly, especially with the way Muscle Forge is laid out. There's not too much hassle, but there's not too many jumps you need to make or whatnot between the pedestal and mid, so you can have it over very quickly.
Alright, and here we go in game number 2. Toon the Goat up 1-0. And it seems like Toon the Goat's going to keep a couple of parts of that composition that's from the first game, that K-Pearl and the K-Shot, I believe, both making comebacks here. And some early trades here, and Toon the Goat going to have a huge push out of the gate.
Yeah, I mean, Insert Fast Food here went 3 down in the first, 15 seconds of the game, and already they're at 19 and looking for the KO. That's just exactly what they're gonna get. I mean, over in less than a minute? Toon the Goat just saw the opportunity they had and took it and ran, literally. Or they swam, I guess, but you get my point.
Yeah, no, I mean, you're right. That's literally what they did. They just took it and ran, and they reached the goal, and it was over. That's, I think, as simply as you can put it. So once again, Toon the Goat, an even more dominant performance here in game number 2, where they didn't even give up the Rainmaker once. They popped it, then they ran it. They were playing a little bit cautiously, making sure that they always had that numbers advantage once again. And, you know, Rainmaker managed to stay safe and bring it all the way to that pedestal.
Yeah, and staying safe, I'd like to put emphasis on that. I mean, many things were thrown at the Rainmaker, and especially with that lower swim and run speed that you get from carrying it, it's a lot harder to maneuver. I mean, they swam around splat bombs multiple times, and instead of rushing directly for the pedestal, they waited until they had a solid opening. Otherwise, they could have been killed, and the game would have gone on for much longer than they would have wanted it to. So props to them for that.
Yeah. So game number 3, though. So this is play all 3. So Tower Control, Sturgeon, Shipyard. What does Insert Fast Food here need to do? What needs to go on in this conversation leading into this game 3 to, you know, kind of pick yourself up and try to get one game out of this?
I mean, honestly, they need a hold on mid, and then they need to be able to take that and push up. And of course, it's easier said than done. I mean, you could say that for all games of Splatoon. But we've seen Toon the Goat in these past 2 games just take mid and really not let go. Like, even we saw in the Splat Zones game, I mean, Insert Fast Food here was only able to get 2 points on the board before Toon the Goat immediately took back mid with an iron grip. So Insert Fast Food here needs to find a way to release that, whether it means playing a little bit more slowly and then trying to find their way around it, because tower control does afford them a little bit more time. The tower moves at a predetermined speed, so games aren't over in the blink of an eye depending on the players, like we saw in the Rainmaker match.
Yeah, that is true, and that is, I think, going to be absolutely crucial here for Insert Fast Food here, because you know, they are going to have some opportunities to, you know, play at a rather fixed pace rather than the pedal to the metal that Toon the Goat has been playing so far. So you know, Toon the Goat gonna just stick with what works for them. They've been dominating with this composition so far, so no changes there. And Insert Fast Food here gonna be making a couple changes. CDS gonna be sticking around, and now they're going with the what is that? Heavy Splatling Deco. So gonna have some Booyah Bombs that's gonna be absolutely crucial to working with this tower.
Yeah, we see Capril go down early, so that is going to be an early take for Insert Fast Food here, actually. With Toon the Goat 2 down, they are taking an opportunity to get some points on the board, so good for them. And actually they are I mean, we are seeing them get points on the board, which is good for them. It's not gonna be the fast direct KO that we were seeing out of Toon the Goat in the first 2 matches, and they are all actually just playing around the tower, but unfortunately 2 of them immediately going down to the Splash, who just takes the opportunity to rush the tower, and with the last member getting surrounded, that's going to be the end of the push, only at 59, which sounds like a lot, but that's only past the first checkpoint. They just touched the second checkpoint, and unfortunately with Sturgeon, you're gonna need to do more than that.
Yeah, and with Sturgeon, it's, you know, these could get really high scoring games. The hard part for Sturgeon is checkpoint 1 to checkpoint 2. That stretch of the tower's path is really, really tricky to work with because you're always being looked down on by the other team. So if you can get to that second checkpoint and get through that second checkpoint, you're almost assuredly going to take this all the way to KO. And here's this golden opportunity now, as Toon the Goat in that second checkpoint, but they do get shut down. So that's going to be a good, break there for Insert Fast Food here. Not going to let this one get out of control. However, they are 3 members down, as the CDS here trying to stay alive, unfortunately going down.
Yes, and, well, Toon the Goat did make it past that second checkpoint all the way to partially through that third, so if they get another opportunity to push this to a KO, it's going to be substantially easier for them, and Toon the Goat, although as I say that, they do go 3 down, so this is a good opening for Insert Fast Food here to get even more points on the board, possibly taking the lead, and like you said, maybe even getting 1 game out of this, because this is play all 3, you still have a chance, even if you're 2 down, to get something out of the set, and something is better than nothing. Yeah,
definitely. But once again, Insert Fast Food here going 3 members down, and the CDS, a couple times now has been that last person standing, and they're continuing to try to fight this out. When I really think they should need to be jumping back and kind of grouping up with their team again. If you can get a couple of picks and make that hero play as a CDS, that's great. But unfortunately, they're just continuing to put themselves at these numbers disadvantage as they're 2 down again. And now Toon the Goat going to be pushing through this last checkpoint, but they're going to fall a little bit shy of that.
Yeah, speaking of Shy on the machine, trying to stay alive for as long as possible, and they dodge, 3 members on them? Unfortunately, it does eventually get taken down, but that stalling every second counts as we head into the last minute and 30 seconds of this match. I mean, Insert Fast Food here needs all the time that they can get to set up a push, gather those resources, and put together something to get them past a checkpoint and into the third, because Toon the Goat has set the bar quite high for them if they want to take the lead and the match.
Yeah, so, I mean, we're now going to be in the last minute here, and once again, Insert Fast Food here, 3 members down, and, Toon the Goat doesn't really need to push this, and it doesn't look like they're going to try a whole lot to push it here. Okay, as I say that, the Splash-O-Matic is going to hop onto that tower, but there really is no urgency for them to push this tower. It just to kind of create a bit of a nuisance for Insert Fast Food here as they go into this last little bit, trying to make them push this tower coast to coast.
Yeah, I mean, we saw like a very nice jump back from I believe the K-shot it was, which enabled them to get their missiles off from a safe place and come back with their team. And that's exactly what we were talking about, what Insert Fast Food here needed to do, because not jumping back resulted in delayed respawns and then just scattered. And a nice inkjet pick out of the Splash there, the junior popping armor, trying to get something done. They do get a pick out of that, but we have already Toon the Goat is pushing and trying to extend their lead. I mean, that Booyah Bomb on the tower is just probably going to spell the end of the game. We do actually see it get forced into overtime. I mean, I guess I'm eating my own words here. It's not the end of the game. As 2 down now for the side of Toon the Goat, and Insert Fast Food here is making a last-ditch overtime push. I really like games that turn out like this because we get to see if teams are able to very speedily collect the resources. They are, but unfortunately, 2 go down to, what was that? I think it might have been a bomb, but 2 went down at the same time, and so that was the end as a member of Toon the Goat hops on the tower to take that last game 3-0 the set for them.
Yeah, and a very dominant performance out of Toon the Goat here. And a 3-0, and each one in, a very dominant fashion. We saw 2 KOs and a third, or in game 3 here, they kind of had that really strong push, getting it all the way through halfway that last checkpoint. However, I think that's more fixed pace in game 3 with tower control really helped Insert Fast Food here kind of keep a grip on this game. The game never got fully out of reach. However, it was definitely going to be a continuous struggle, given that, once again, numbers disadvantage, and Toon the Goat did that so well this whole set, was just constantly working together to get a couple of crucial picks, and always have that numbers advantage, because once they manage to get one person down, well, 2 people can team up on the next person, and then the next person, and then next thing you know, it's a full-on wipe.
I mean, that's exactly what we saw in the beginning of the Rainmaker game. 1 went down to the pop, so then 2 members of Toon the Goat focused on 2v1 is somebody from Insert Fast Food here in a corner, and then somebody else got taken down, and before we knew it, the game was over. So just very, very nice coordination and opportunity taking out of that team there.
Yeah, so, but that's going to conclude round 4 for us here on stream. So congrats to Toon the Goat for taking that one 3-0 against Insert Fast Food here. So I guess what we'll do is we'll go ahead and take a short break as the rest of round 4 wraps up, and we'll be back for one more round of Swiss. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are here in round 5 of the Swiss stage for Testing Grounds, and we have a great matchup here to wrap up the Swiss stage. Midnight versus Indigo. So, I mean, this is it. This is the last round before top cut. So, these two teams are in a pretty good position to make that top cut. Winner will most assuredly get themselves into that top cut. Loser gonna be a little bit of jeopardy here, but that remains to be seen. So I guess what is there to look forward to in this upcoming matchup, Cater?
We have some very interesting maps that we're going to be seeing in this last set here. We're going to be starting off with Clam Blitz on Humpback Pump Track, which I am actually quite excited to see. I personally like Humpback Pump Track. I know that there are a lot of people out there that don't like it, but I like all the curves that it gives, especially because that gives a lot of advantage to weapons that don't need direct line of sight, like sloshers and rollers that can just fling ink over the curves and hope for the best.
Yeah, and as a Tri-Slosher main myself, I will definitely agree that I love Humpback Pump Track for that exact reason. So Clam Blitz, a sort of lesser common mode for the map. However, it's still, I think, relatively balanced nonetheless. And we do see Bucket of Sorts on either side here. Both teams actually running an Explosher. Indigo going to have a Soda Slosher, and Midnight running that Vanilla Slosher. So,
yeah, I mean, double bucket. You love to see it.
Yeah, definitely.
Seeing an early 2 down here out of Indigo, which is actually in the very fitting blue ink. I like that. That's going to make it easier for me to remember. But, again, these teams actually both seem very evenly matched, more focused on killing than getting clams. I mean, the clam counts are pretty low right now, 2 to none, as we just see member after member of both teams going down. It's like they're in a death match right now.
Yeah, I mean, what clams?
Clams, I know none.
Yeah. As we finally see Midnight, I think this might be the first time that both teams are reaching 5+ clams. As we are over a minute into this match now. Neither team has picked up a power clam yet. So this is really just kind of back and forth. I think these teams are really just trying to get a couple of crucial picks before getting a push. But I mean, if you want to push, you need the clams. As we finally see Midnight suddenly jumping up to 22 clams. So they got a power clam. They're ready to push. They just need to get a couple picks.
Yeah, they have the objective. Now they need the openings for that. But it seems like Indigo is very intent on preventing it. The Explo having to pop their ball here, but does get a pick out of it. 2, actually. Well, they get the assist, but still very good for them, as now that means this is the opening that they were looking for with the picks. Unfortunately, one does go down to the cheeky little pick from the Explosion there, which might stall their push out a little bit, if not completely halt it, if they can't get any more follow-up picks on that.
And this Explosher, I mean, Indigo was 3 down just moments ago, and this Explosher kind of saved the day and managed to hold off that push entirely. Midnight still trying to, establish the numbers, and they once again do get that. They have the numbers, they have the clams. Can they finally get the clam in the basket? And they do. This is going to be the first push almost halfway into the match. But they have the clams to follow up. There's the second power clam. Can they get more in? It doesn't seem like it's going to happen. So 2 power clams in about halfway through this match.
Yeah, very nice push from the second clam, actually, I believe was from the Explosion, who threw it in and then immediately ballered away to avoid dying, which is pretty smart of them. But we do see now power clams getting tossed around for Indigo to make a clam of their own. And like you said, they have the specials, they have the clams, but they need the picks to do it because, if everybody's up, you can't really get past. And as I'm saying it, this is exactly what the Splash are doing. It a very nice double and going to get the clam in too, going for the triple now. And I'm not sure if they were the one to get it, but now 3 down. I think that's a delayed wipe actually on the side of Midnight there. So this is exactly what Indigo needs to take the lead with another power and then another small clam, getting them down to 57.
Yeah, so I don't think they have anything else to follow up at this point, so that's going to be the end of the push. So that's going to be 2 power clams plus 3 small clams to get them the lead and bring it all the way to 51 points remaining. However, both of these penalties not that big, so a power clam from either side will pretty much erase all of the penalty for Midnight and the majority of it for Indigo. So both teams going to have to step up here. Indigo wanting to hold this lead. They're going to have to play some really amazing defense, but might even need to just get another push going.
Yeah, again, the Explosion getting a very nice pick on the Splash, kind of, again, saving their team from yet another push out of Midnight. They're doing a great job on the defensive side here, just using that sloshing capabilities and the chip damage to their advantage, so props to them. We see a power clam is up on the side of Midnight right now. They have actually 22 clams in total, which is a lot compared to Indigo's 1. So it looks like Indigo's just going to be staying on the defense for now.
Yeah, and both teams just trying to get a couple of crucial picks here. And Indigo gonna get 3 down there. That's gonna be absolutely huge, but they don't have the clams for it. Unfortunately, they're not gonna be able to act on this, as now Midnight slowly respawning now, getting themselves back in a good defensive position. But, you know, this is exactly what Indigo needs. They have the lead right now. This is some fantastic pressure, and they do get a power clamp in. That's going to be a huge knock off that penalty, and they're going to get out of the penalty now with 10 seconds to go. They do have a couple of clams to follow up with, but it doesn't seem like anyone's going to be close enough to put any clams in, as this game is going to head into... No, it's not going to head into overtime. They barely survived that. Wow, I thought for sure that was going to close up before that timer wrapped up, but Indigo manages to survive that one. Didn't give Midnight a chance to get any overtime there at all.
Yeah, with the position that Midnight was in, I don't doubt that they could have gotten something done during overtime, especially when they were rushing out. They had one of their members stationed underneath the basket to grab the pity clam. They had it all set up in front of them, and unfortunately the basket just said, you know, nope, I'm going up. My job here is done. So, an unfortunate end to that game for Midnight, but a very nice defense out of Indigo there for the last segment of the game.
Yeah, and they really were just the epitome there of turning defense into offense. We saw some fantastic play from the Explosions on both ends, but particularly from the side of Indigo, you know, a couple of crucial stops there when they had the numbers disadvantage, and managed to completely put Midnight's pushes on hold and converted that into pushes of their own on 2 separate occasions there, especially at the end. That push was just absolutely fantastic. You know, it was really, they were playing defense by playing offense. Just continue to put on the pressure, and Midnight had no room to work with, and they barely managed to just run out that timer.
Yeah, luck was on their side there. Now we're going to be going into Splat Zones on Piranha Pit, which is, when I said interesting maps, this is mainly what I was referring to.
Piranha Pit, I mean, at least for me, is a love-hate relationship.
Oh, it's just a hate relationship for me. Unless it's Rainmaker, then I can race spam with CJ. But ooh, Bamboozler 14 MK3 coming out of the side of what team is that? I have zero memory. But I like the choice. It's Indigo. Okay, cool. I don't know. I can't associate colors with names.
Out of the gate here, Indigo gonna get a couple of nice picks there, and they're gonna start pushing Midnight all the way back towards that useless area. And now forcing the jump back as well. Just a great push out of the gate here for Indigo, getting a couple picks and just total control of these zones. And members of Midnight starting to drop down from these ramps, trying to put a stop to you know, these pushes on the zones right now, but unfortunately getting nowhere as Indigo reclaims the zone, and they're just going to continue to, they might try to just go the whole distance on this first push.
I mean, look at all the subs that are getting thrown at the Junior and their teammates over here, even just killing them. They're 3 down. Midnight is 3 down right now with the Charger, the only one remaining. And already we are, like you said, barreling towards what could possibly very well be a KO for Indigo, as they're already past 30. And now you see the Fizzy is coming out of this bamboo to keep the other members back. Armor does come out of Midnight, so this is like their last push to the zones. They need the cap so they can get the penalty onto Indigo, but it's not what they're getting right now. They do neutralize the zone at 8 remaining, with 2 down, and actually they do get that cap. So that's a whopping 70 penalty applied to Indigo right there, buying Midnight a little bit more time to collect themselves, get specials, get resources, and make a break out of the lockout that Indigo has forced onto them.
Yeah, Midnight is breathing a sigh of relief there. They managed to prolong this game a little bit. Now they need to just collect themselves together again and, you know, do exactly what they just did, but, you know, they need to get a couple more picks to make this work. Because last time they managed to get one and kind of, you know, stumbled into the zones, managed to just throw everything they had. But now they're going to need to convert this into some picks and be able to hold their position. But unfortunately, it is not looking like that's going to happen, as Indigo is now below 20 points on that penalty, and they're going to get real close to getting out of this penalty. And if they do, they'll almost assuredly be a knockout. Here it goes. 5 points remaining. Midnight, one last chance to get this, but no, they go 3 down, and that is going to be the game for Indigo.
Yeah, we saw the Soda Slosher come out with the Burst Bomb Rush, try to go for a flank, and they did neutralize the zone, but unfortunately it was just not enough time. A very nice, very dominant KO out of Indigo for that second game of the set.
Yeah, and look at that KA distribution there. Indigo, I mean, just a huge, like, tenfold on what we saw at Midnight. You know, just absolutely amazing there from Indigo, getting all sorts of picks left and right, constantly putting Midnight back in their spawn. So very well done there as they secure game 2. But now we're gonna head to game number 3, which is Rainmaker on Black Belly Skate Park. What are your thoughts on this one?
I like this one, but I like this one because I'm a C-Jet player.
And I like it because I'm a Tri-Slosher player, so
you and me both then.
so I think there's we very well could see a couple of those specific weapons coming out here. You know, just any sort of Stingray weapon is just very strong on this map mode combo, and sloshers in general, but particularly this Tri-Slosher, very dominant on Blackbelly Skate Park.
I mean, we definitely see what tense verb tenses. I don't know them. We definitely saw a couple of sloshers come out from both teams on the Humpback game, which is also a stage that heavily favors sloshers. I mean, because of the same reasons. I mean, Blackbelly's got so many curves, and it's a very cramped map. So I would not be surprised to see the Soda, the V slosher, maybe. Probably not the Expo because it's not used as much in Rainmaker. And actually, hey, there is a Tri-Slosher. Tri-Slosher on both sides. Alright, I was kind of wrong. But we do see the Tri-Slosher, and then we also see the Sea-Jet coming out of Midnight there for some Ray. And then the Bambook stays on the side of the Indigo, but it's the MK1 this time, the missiles one.
Yeah, so nice to see weapons that we are both very familiar with making an appearance here, as Midnight now completely just an alternate reality from game 2. Insane push out of the gate here, bringing it all the way to 33 and some. They're going to get all the way to 25 points remaining. And what a first push here in the first 30 seconds.
Yeah.
I mean, this is an entirely brand new Midnight team from what we saw last game.
I mean, they took the opportunity they had. Indigo went 2 down, went 3 down, basically got delayed, wiped, and they just took the opportunity they had and completely ran with it. And now we see the Ray coming out of the Sea-Jet. The Rainmaker's trying to run from it, but to no avail. It's just immediately getting shutting down by the combination of the Splash and the Ray there. But then here comes the Tri-Slosher using those curves to their advantage, and it's just people getting taken out left and right as we see the Tri-Slosher go down, and Indigo is actually, again, 2 down with Midnight being, with all 4 members up. The Rainmaker is going to reset, and so that push is over for Indigo, as we see just, again, another struggle for mid, but it looks like it's completely blue right now, with it's just in favor of Midnight.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, but Indigo gonna go ahead and give it a shot here. They do have that jet down, which is gonna, you know, avoid having the Stingray, you know, haunting them. But now that's 3 picks, actually. They're going to try to go for the lead, and that's all down, and they're going to take this all the way. Oh my goodness.
Wow, a very nice comeback there. I mean, comeback, does it count as a comeback if it's like in the middle of the game? I mean, Midnight got it to 25, and they just, Indigo was like, you know, we can do that too, and then just took it all the way to the KO.
Yeah, and I mean, both teams there are very, very even KAs. Pretty much, I think it was Indigo had 6-5-4-3, and Midnight had 6-5-3-3 or something like that. And really the key difference there was the timing of those kills. Because Indigo, I mean, managed to get a full-on wipe there and managed to, break that 25 point threshold, and then on top of that, get the KO. Whereas with Midnight on their first push, they did manage to get 3 down, and it was kind of a stagger. They didn't ever get that full-on wipe. So unfortunately, a couple of people from the side of Indigo managed to come out, make a really just quick hero play there to shut down that push. But yeah, I think that was the key difference there.
Yeah, you did point this out at the beginning of their push, but Indigo was able to kill the Sea-Jet on the side of Midnight, which meant that they didn't have that Ray there to stop the push, because if the Sea-Jet was alive, they probably could have just panic painted for Ray and then raid the Raymaker, which I say that because I have done that many a time to stop a push, but if you're dead, you're not going to be painting anything, so that was a crucial kill that enabled them to start their push and just get the ball rolling.
Yeah, definitely. So that's going to conclude round 5 and, the entire Swiss stage overall. So that means that next up is going to be Top Cut. But before we go ahead and cut to our break to get ready for that Top Cut, I believe we have a quick plug here.
Yes, we do. If you have not heard, we are not we, but Megalodon Cup is going to be held very soon, and also, so the Tower Control Edition is is the first one that's coming up, and actually Megalodon Cup itself, it's a monthly tournament and it has no skill cap. The modes will change once a month, and the first Megalodon Cup is a test fire, so unfortunately it will not be streamed. But future ones should be streamed. The people that run Megalodon Cup Deep Sea Solutions are looking for as much feedback from the community as possible once Megalodon Cup has concluded, and it will itself be double elimination. I am actually staff. I will be staffing that first one of Megalodon Cup, so you will be seeing me around there. You can see all the details on the screen, but yes, it is April 10th, and it will be at 1 p.m. EDT. And yes, if you would like more info, the Discord server is there, discord.io/deepseasolutions.
All right, very good. Thank you so much. And with that is going to do it here in our Swiss stage. So coming up very soon is our Top Cut. So top 8 teams, I believe, are going to be moving on and fighting it out in a single elimination bracket. This is going to be a good one. Stay tuned.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Testing Grounds. We are headed into our top 8 right now with our first set of Top Cut. I am Cater, and I am joined here by DRF. How are you?
Doing good, and I mean, we made it. We made it through Swiss State, and now we're here at the Top Cut. So this is where things are going to start to get even more intense, and we have a good matchup here, don't we?
Yes, we do. It is going to be, and I apologize for butchering this if I mispronounce this, Xerecess Racing versus Dababy Defenders, and oh god, I have to say this name on stream.
This is going to be a bit of a tongue twister of a matchup for the both of us, but we'll put our best effort into this one, just like these teams are going to be putting all of their effort into this best of 5 matchup. So game 1 is going to be Tower Control on Anchovy Games. What do you make of this one, Cater?
Tower Control on Anchovy has just always been one of my favorite maps, especially since it's one of my team's strongest maps, but I really like it just because you see a lot of things get pulled out. Blasters, rollers, chargers, splatlings, pretty much anything goes on this map, and we are going to be very quickly heading into the first game of, like you said, this best of 5 set. No longer play all 3. We see a tent and a splatter scope coming out, which is quite interesting. But hey, I mean, like I said, anything goes, and I like seeing interesting picks like that.
Yeah, and both teams kind of having an armor bot of sorts weapon, Nzap versus Junior on this one. So yeah, I mean, there's all sorts of creative picks here, and right out of the gate, we do see Xerecess Racing getting first control of the tower, and they're gonna push that all the way to the first checkpoint, and the Dababy Defenders not in a very good position right now to defend this tower at all.
Dababy Defenders, but we're gonna have to see if their defense is good as the Junior versus the tent, and unfortunately getting 2v1, they do go down, but the NZF also gets taken out, and it looks like with Racing being 3 down now, actually, with the tent, the last one, that push is going to end, but they did get all the way past that first checkpoint, which is going to make subsequent pushes much easier for them.
Yeah, definitely. That first checkpoint is very, very crucial, because I mean it's a long one. It's a very long checkpoint, and you know, getting through that, I mean, it does make it future pushes, like you said, a lot easier because you no longer have to deal with that, and it's very, very early in the tower's route. That, you know, it can be a little bit of a difference maker for future pushes. And now we see the Dababy Defenders 3 down, so unfortunately they're not going to get through that first checkpoint, and now Xerecess Racing is going to go ahead and counter with a push of their own.
Yeah, just going right back at it. The Chargers just sitting very nicely on tower, whereas their teammates are already up on plat with the bubbles coming out, the armor coming out, but unfortunately, Xerecess Racing does go 2 down, 3 down with the Charger being the last, does get a very nice close-up snipe, but they are forced to back off. Although they are still in the lead, so that's not horrible for them, especially because the Dababy Defenders did not really get past that checkpoint. So they still sit rather comfortably in the lead, and considering the way that this match has gone, rather stalemated, except for those 2 pushes that we saw out of those teams.
Yeah, and Zucky are going to try to shut down that Booyah Bomb, but unfortunately not going to be able to break through that Booyah Bomb defense in time. So Xerecess Racing now going to be pushing forward, applying a lot of pressure onto the Dababy Defenders, and they're going to start to approach this second checkpoint as they break 50 points remaining on the scoreboard.
Yeah, 3 down already on the side of the Dababy Defenders, with the K-Shot being the last one standing, and Racing is very quickly heading towards that last checkpoint, already in the low 20s with the bubbles out, and we do see the members of the Dababy Defenders. They are 2 down still. They come out, they try and drop onto tower, but really just are not getting anything out of it as that Booyah Bomb comes out. The NZAP has that armor, and they are already in the single digits, and very quickly it looks like they are trying to force the KO with 2 down on the side of the Dababy Defenders. They really just are not able to defend this as they go 3 down again, and that is going to be a KO for Xerecess Racing, the first game of this set, the first game of Top Cut here.
Wow. You know, a lot of back and forth early on in this match between these 2 teams. Xerecess taking, you know, that early push as we saw, getting through that first checkpoint very easily, And then the baby defenders managed to, bring it back, and it was a little bit of back and forth until finally Xerecess Racing managed to get a death grip on this match here, and just pretty much never looked back as they continued to get pick after pick, and the baby defenders just eventually started staggering, and that's exactly what Xerecess needed there to take on these 2v1s, 3v1s in some situations, and completely shut them down. The baby defenders did a good job of trying to prolong that last checkpoint to the goal, but unfortunately it was just not enough.
Yeah, the baby defenders really needs to step up their defense if Xerecess Racing is going to continue to bring these very nice large pushes out of them. So we are now going to be moving into splat zones on Skipper Pavilion, and I like the variety this map brings because you can choose to push in from top or bottom or split your resources between them.
Yeah, and I mean that's what makes Skipper Pavilion so unique. But it is also what I think also causes a divide in the community in terms of how they view this map. So with Splat Zone Skipper Pavilion, like you said, there's really two routes to take on this one. You either push in from the top or you push it from the bottom, but either way, you're on a collision course with the other team. You're going to meet them on either side of this zone. Those are going to be the crucial battles to determine who's going to be able to move into that zone and start to, paint it and claim it for their own.
Yeah. Same splatter scope tent combination out of Xerecess Racing, so really not much there. And both teams seem to know what works for them. Early armor out of both of them. The Charger unfortunately getting taken down, and what looks like an early advantage for Xerecess Racing is probably, it's turned in the favor of the baby defenders, but it is still early on in the game, so I can't really say anything definite right now.
Yeah, I mean, the baby defenders doing a great job, contrary to how that first game performance went down. So, really good on them right now. However, they are 2 down, so this is going to be interesting for them as this Nautilus is unfortunately going to be going down, trying their absolute best to stay alive as long as possible, but they do get it to 58 points remaining. So it's a decent first push out of the baby defenders. But now Xerecess in a pretty solid position of their own now, and they're going to be looking for this lead.
Yeah, Xerecess set up very nicely here with a tent shield and just all this ink in mid and in top. The tent is using their shield so nicely to tank the damage. The bomb rush coming out, and already they've taken the lead. They are holding their own so well against all those members of the baby defenders as they try to push back into zone, but to no avail. The K machine goes down. The CDS does pop their rain, but we still see just all of the members of Xerecess Racing are up. All of these specials are coming out of the baby defenders, but they're not getting the picks that they need. They just can't get into zone.
Yeah, and I mean, this one's spiraling out of control here. The baby defenders need to cap this right here, right now, but unfortunately, their efforts are to no avail as Xerecess Racing claims another knockout here, and game number 2 to go with it.
Yes, just such a dominant performance even earlier on in the game. I mean, we did see again a little bit of that back and forth, but as soon as Xerecess Racing got their footing under them, they just locked the baby defenders completely out.
Yeah, and I mean, the baby defenders, they got a nice push, out of the gate here, but they just, I mean, as soon as the numbers end up staggering against them, it just spiraled out of control. So unfortunately for them, now they're facing an 0-2 deficit. So the baby defenders are going to need to, go for the reverse sweep if they want to stay alive in this tournament. So with that, we're going to be heading to game number 3, which is Rainmaker on Snapper Canal.
I mean, speaking of spiraling out of control, we've seen very nice Rainmaker games on stream these past couple of sets. I mean, remember that Muscle Forge Rainmaker game? That was so fast.
Yep.
So if the baby defenders isn't careful, this could just be another one of the very, very fast ends to a set. And considering the tent that Xerecess Racing is bringing out, that could be very, very useful, especially if they just want to push it quickly down mid. They have the shield that the Rainmaker can just hide in and tank the damage.
Yeah, and both these teams going to be making a beeline straight for that Rainmaker, trying to pop it, get the first pop for themselves, and if they can, get a couple of picks to go with it. And as I say that, teams are actually kind of fanning out a little bit more. So if they can get a couple of crucial picks here, they might be able to just, run it as fast as possible to that goal. But with Snapper Canal, there are so many different options to try to carry this Rainmaker. So if this isn't going to be a one and done on the first push on either side, then expect a long, drawn-out battle.
Here comes that push you were talking about, getting it all the way down to 25 in those first 30 seconds. Both teams 2 down, and unfortunately the tent does go down. We have the K-Pro here out in a nice position, but with just kind of being on their own. They do have teammates to back them up, but if the Rainmaker resets, this could be the end of the push. However, the shield has not been popped, so there is still hope for Xerecess Racing if they get in the position they need to continue this. But we see so many specials online on the side of Dababy defenders. Missiles coming out from the K-Shot, and we also see the Splash on and the Inkjet out of the K-Sheen and the Knot. So it looks like Xerecess is just going to have to play it a little bit slower here. Maybe they're not going to get that, that clean 100 to none that they would have wanted, but a win is what they are looking for here in the end.
Yeah, and the Baby defenders now making a push of their own. They're going to be carrying this to the far, far left. And Zuck carrying the Rainmaker, absolutely amazing, just dancing there around the Ray. Manages carrying it to 56 points remaining. That's not going to be enough for the lead, but it is a solid push nonetheless. So now the Baby defenders, although they are not in the position to try to pick up, get the kills and make a counter push right now. They definitely, have seen what their team is capable of here. But now Zekin going to be taking this to the far left side, and another huge push going to be coming out of Xerecess.
Yeah, it just walks right around that K-Shot there. And although the K-Shot does eventually take them down, Xerecess Racing has now gotten all the way down to 6. They are 3 down, but as long as they can just hold out their defense, they're just sitting pretty for the rest of this match. I mean, to get that close to the pedestal, 6 is a rather convincing lead on this map.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, with the Baby defenders, what I really would love to see them do right now is start to set up a couple of flanks maybe. I mean, there's so much flanking potential on this map. Catch the other team off guard. But, as they say that, a beautiful snipe on the splash down there. Oh, no, and the Baby defenders are now 3 down again. Oh, Xerecess is just non-stop, just pushing every little button on the Baby defenders and just making this as annoying as possible for them to mount any sort of possible comeback.
I mean, yeah, the Baby defenders needs to win their fights. They need to win their 1v1s, and right now, the isolated fights are just ending in picks for Xerecess Racing. They do take the Rainmaker out this Nautilus here with a very, very nice double in the one shot there. Very clean. So it does shut the push down, and that was very nice out of them. But they are, instead, the Baby defenders has to be on the offense here. They have 1 minute and 30 seconds left to do something. They have the tools to do it. They have the specials. They have the picks. But unfortunately, the Rainmaker is gonna go down there, and they still are at a numbers advantage. They still are at a special advantage, so they could get something done if they want to. They just need to play their cards right and get something done. We see the Nautilus here hanging out around Sneaky, trying to just watch if there's somebody going down here, but like. They can't be stagnant for this long. Another pick out of them, but they do get taken down this time, so the Rainmaker's going to reset. Read on the side of Xerecess Racing, but the Baby defenders is in no position to act on it. I mean, they don't have anything anymore.
Yeah, definitely. They're very, very tricky position for the Baby defenders right now. And as I say that, they go 2 down. Make it 3. Oh no, is this going to be a full-on wipe? No, luckily Ali's going to survive and continue to paint around this portion of the map, hopefully getting their team into a better position here for one final push, because time is not on their side right now.
Yeah, they have 30 seconds left to do something. They have the armor, they have the Inkjet, But unfortunately, as I say that, the Inkjet holder gonna get taken down before they can jump out. And we see here Zekken on the Zap already painting a path all the way up to Pedestal, getting taken out, but that's only 15 seconds, and forcing the members of the Dababy defenders to devote their resources to taking them out instead of pushing to the Rainmaker, which is what they really need to do. Xerecess Racing is one down, and they're going to try and make a last-ditch grab, but the Ray is going to come out of the charger and just deny that, and that is going to be a very nice 3-0 for Xerecess Racing.
Wow. I mean, yeah, very dominant performance there from Xerecess Racing. You know, each game they knocked out or got really close to a knockout. So an absolutely fantastic job. So they should definitely be patting themselves on the back, because this is going to be a good momentum for them as they head into semifinals. And if they can just keep it going, they can get themselves into grand finals and try to take this whole thing. So they just need to keep it up. And this is exactly what they did in these past 3 games is what they need to continue doing.
Yeah, I mean, just such a good performance. That's exactly what they needed to do, and they just, I mean, it was practically perfect there. So just definitely props to them. But we can't just completely count out Dababy defenders. I mean, they put up a great fight every round, and we saw very nice picks out of the Nautilus on the side of Dababy defenders as well. I do want to give compliments to that.
Yeah, no, Ali did a fantastic job of holding their own there, while the rest of their team was kind of, you know, trying to get themselves back up. And, you know, we saw some excellent special coordination from the Dababy defenders as well. Unfortunately, just never materialized into, you know, a win of their own.
All right, and actually that is going to do it for us two as commentators. We after this set here, we are going to be handing the mic off to trying to remember to Siren and to Alias. So excited to hear both of those actually.
Yeah. So, but I guess before we go ahead and wrap up here, there's still a little bit of time before this next round's gonna get started. So I believe we have one more plug here.
Yes, we do. Would you like to do the honors?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and take this one. So one more plug for Off the Dials, It's Dangerous to Go Alone tournament. So this is so It's Dangerous to Go Alone is Off the Dials flagship solo registration tournament. So you basically just sign up as an individual, and the TOs are going to provide you a team. So if you don't really have a team yet and you're just trying to get into the competitive scene, this could be a great experience to, you know, play in a tournament and get to know some folks. So definitely an awesome opportunity to kind of work with some new people and challenge yourself individually as a player. Registration does close April 7th, so you got a little bit of time, and the tournament's going to be on April 10th. So you can find more info about Off the Dials, It's Dangerous to Go Alone at otd.inc/idtga.
Yeah, and I might be commentating that depending on how things go, so you might see me around there. It's a great tournament. I've played in it, and I highly recommend it. It's a whole lot of fun.
Yeah, so be sure to check that out if you get a chance. So otherwise, I think that's gonna do it for Cater and myself. Do you have anything that you want to plug here?
Yeah, I mean, you do see our Twitter ads handles on the screen, but like you see there, you can find me at Cater_. I plug a lot of the things that I commentate on my Twitter, so you will always know where to find me. Drop a follow if you'd like to, and I hope to see you around. Where can the lovely people in the audience find you on the internet, DRF?
Yeah, so Twitter, once again, that is also on screen, DRF_Splatoon. So, I mean, basically, I'm mostly doing commentary stuff. I sometimes play with the Triton team, so you could definitely check some of that out. And then on Twitch, occasionally, Triton DRF. So now that I've recently graduated, hopefully I'll be able to put out more content there soon.
All right, well, thank you everybody for coming out to listen to us too. And like I said, stay tuned because it is not over yet. We are going to be we're just going to be handing the mic over. So I hope you all have a great night.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to Testing Grounds. We're gonna get into the winners semifinals. I'm Alias. I'm here with Siren. Siren, how's your day been so far?
It's been pretty alright so far, and how about yours?
Pretty good. Been a long day, school, and then Triton Cup, and then now I'm here.
Woo! We're finally here. We're entering into the semifinals with a ratio versus Mictlan. So each of these teams, of course, beating out the matches we didn't see from that previous round where we had on stream. So we're getting down to the real nitty gritty here. Of course, the winner of this set will be going to Grands. First map mode going to be Splat Zones on Wahoo World. What are your thoughts?
I got to see this map mode combo a fair amount, both from here and Triton Cup. Definitely learned a lot about it from watching those streams. I don't have a lot of competitive experience on this map mode combo, but based off of what I see, it seems like mid control is just very, very crucial, like even more so than normal map mode combinations, just because the zone is right there.
Oh yeah, you can lock out on this map just from having enough mid, just because of the fact that your area of the map is so small and it can be camped pretty easily on Wahoo World. So if you are able to control like most of mid, I think you can actually potentially lock out here if you do it well enough. That being said, I think both of these teams does have what it takes to get themselves out of a lockout if that does happen, but it is kind of a looming threat anytime you're playing on Wahoo World in general.
Yep. And it looks like we're gonna go ahead and just jump right into to game one of this winter semifinals match.
Sorry, go on.
I was just gonna ask what your thoughts on the comps were.
I'm seeing a ballpoint coming out of Lao, which is honestly, I think, a very, very good pick on this map. It's another one of those maps where backline can really help you in some tough situations. That being said, though, most of the members of Ratio are very good painting weapons, so it'll be a bit of a fight for the zone no matter what's going on. I think Mictlan here is going to have to definitely rely on having man advantage most of the time in order to keep it capped, because as we can already see here, there has been a bomb rush and rain, and we're seeing all these fizzies and bombs thrown at it right now. They're just fighting to hold on to the zone. With that being said, the ballpoint is going down, and that'll be actually 3 down on the side of Mictlan Heroes. This is going to be a very dominant capture for the zone.
Yeah, and with the 4th member jumping out, that's essentially a team wipe, so Ratio can start to try and lock out Mictlan Heroes from the objective. We're watching the Kansas slashing machine just playing up this left elbow right here, and Ratio's going to take the lead just based off of being able to keep
Yeah, Acid actually pushing up all the way to the top left there, which is great. It pushes the members of Mictlan all the way up to the top right so they can run right into their opponents there, which is honestly a pretty good play there. They're still holding on to the zone here, but with that bomb rush being popped onto it, that is going to be a quick recap for Mictlan Heroes, giving them another shot and some more time to get the game back here.
Yeah, it seems like Mictlan's specials are going to do like a fairly good job of enabling them to at least contest the zone control being held by Ratio. They have the armor, obviously, just good for fighting in general, but they also have the Ink Storm to apply a little bit of constant pressure, as well as a Booyah Bomb and then the Bomb Rush. We're actually going to see the Booyah Bomb coming out right now.
Yeah, what we just saw there was Lex sharking there, trying to catch one of the members of Ratio off of guard, which he successfully did. He caught Acid, who was going to go back to their side to start pushing out on that right side there, but thankfully being caught by that 52 gal on their side, which is really going to help them get back in the zone here. They have no more penalty to deal with, so they're just going to start pushing up on their side. They have a bit of a man advantage here. It's now a 3v3, but one of them is on that respawn there, so they do have to move up pretty fast. It is a bit of a concern for them, though, considering the fact that the other team does have quite a few lethal bombs, so getting under their drop can be pretty bad for them. So they have to be very careful about that and kind of slow, and I think that was the play there because that did get them the lead.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I kind of tuned a bit of that out as I was trying to figure out whether or not it was both of the Neo splashes that traded in the pit right there. But yeah, Mictlan and Ratio still trying to fight over this zone right now. Ratio trying to just work through these penalty points that they have right now. But Mictlan's going to get the pick on one. K52 is going to launch the Booyah Bomb, and that's going to help a little bit. They are going to find zone, but after the K52 goes down.
Yeah, now Lucas is going to be moving up on the zone. He has one teammate down, which is going to be pretty unfortunate for them. They don't have any zone capping specials on deck right now, and with that timer and the penalty going down for Mictlan, this is getting worse and worse for Ratio right now. They are holding on to some specials, but they just need to not go down. They are popping them, but now that has given Mictlan enough time to get them of their own, and with that penalty being gone, they are going to pop that bomb rush of their own onto the zone to help gain them some extra points.
Yep, Booyah Bomb coming out from Mictlan. They're going to keep control of the zone right now, as one does go down on the side of Mictlan. Ratio has a little bit of an opportunity here to recap the zone, and they will get it. And that will apply a good deal of penalty points to Ratio, but they're going to take the zone right back as a couple go down on the side of Mictlan.
Yeah, Taco is going to be the one moving up on this side here. The ballpoint going down this early in the push-up for them is going to be pretty bad for Mictlan, but that being said, they have less than a minute left to get this lead back. With no penalty left, this is kind of a short amount of time, but now they are holding onto a bomb rush, popping that immediately onto the zone. They don't have much time to spare, but that is going to be a lot of specials and a huge fight for the zone right now. This could be bad for them, and it's looking like, oh, it's going to be a mad dash for the zone. It's 10 points left with the Booyah Bomb going out of the zone. That is going to be a cap from Mictlan with 1 point away.
Just barely holding onto the zone for long enough. They were able to get the specials online in time. And now it's just, can you hold out Ratio for these last 20 seconds of this match? Ballpoint trying to set up trying to set up on the side right there, but they will go down to an errant splat bomb as Armor comes out. They have 2 more specials on deck, including the Bomb Rush and the Splashdown, their 2 best zone capping specials, and now Ratio with his last-ditch effort to hold out.
The machine does DC, and this is a very, very bad time for it because Ratio does need Acid to be there for this overtime. With that Bomb Rush coming out, this is going to be very, very bad for Ratio, but they just have to hold on to zone for as long as possible. They only have 10 seconds left on that timer, but that is going to be a cap for Mictlan. That is a very, very unfortunate time to DC, especially with how the DC rules work in this tournament. That's going to be way too late into the game with it being overtime. A very unfortunate loss for Ratio, which I think could have honestly been a win for them had Acid been around in those last few seconds. So that's gotta hurt a little bit, but hopefully this does light a fire under their butts for this next game.
Yeah, you hate to see something like that happen, especially with the Splashdown on deck and all ready to go. But I guess the Wi-Fi was good for exactly 5 minutes. You get one game. One game at a time. But Ratio will have, Mictlan won. So yes. Ratio will have a chance to take more control of this next match on Humpback Pump Track as we go to Rainmaker.
This can be a very, very, very scary one if you're able to get a very quick wipe early on. Mictlan was running a comp with a backline last time, and they were kind of going a bit of a less aggressive strat. You notice that when Mictlan had the zone, they sort of stuck around it a lot more than what Ratio was doing, which was trying to move up and kind of camp under Mictlan's drop. So I think that kind of playstyle is maybe going to reflect into this game unless Mictlan decides to adapt to this specific kind of game, which Humpback Rainmaker is, and try and play it a little bit more aggressively, or they could take the alternative route and play it really defensively and kind of wait for a Ratio to overextend a little bit. So I'll be interested to see what kind of approach they take into this game.
Either way, I wouldn't be surprised to see something like just a regular heavy Splatling come out for that Stingray, but we are going to keep seeing the ballpoint, so no raise at all on this for this game. We do see the double arm coming out from Ratio, though.
I am very surprised to be seeing the Grim Ranged Blaster on the side of Ratio coming out of Taco. That isn't something I expected at all. You don't really see that in comp a whole lot nowadays. But that being said, this kit can be pretty decent for this map mode with being able to hit around those corners. We're going to move to Taco's perspective here, watching her take this right side here and defend the Rainmaker. The Booyah Bomb's coming out from that 52, but does go down before he's able to throw it. It's just Taco and the Rainmaker holder, Lucas, who are still standing here, but with that Inkjet being popped, this looked like it might be the end of this push for Ratio.
Dodging around it fairly well, giving the teammates enough time to respawn, but they will go down to a suction bomb that finds its way out. Sorry about that, my stream is lagging a tiny bit.
Yep. Okay, we're back on. Getting to 64 on this specific map mode isn't really anything at all, and I don't expect the final push for any team to be like more or less like. I don't think it'll be smaller than 20. I think it'll have to be within that kind of range to win this sort of game. But usually we see even smaller from teams. We see them usually getting into the 10s here. So I'm hoping to see that coming out of one of the teams. That being said, 2 going down on the side of Mictlan again, and one of them jumping out. That's going to be 3 down basically, but having a person in base is much better than having them down. That's actually going to be a full wipe. They're going to push this as far as they possibly can. People are responding, so this might be the end of the push, but they need to get that pick, and they do. Getting it down all the way to 4 this early on in the game is a bit of a threat, but I think Mictlan can come back to this if they're able to take out the people from Ratio in their base.
Yeah, that was a really clutch burst bomb by the Neo Splash right there, and a good job of Mictlan to even just drop the Rainmaker over that edge, forcing Ratio to sort of reevaluate how they want to push as 2 go down, and it starts to get back into this more fight over the neutral.
Yeah.
Sorry
100%.
about that.
No, you're good. Yeah, pulling that Rainmaker out of their base there is probably the best thing you can do. It does force at least one of the members of Ratio to go back and grab that Rainmaker, and it slows them down immensely. They can't really just stand there and continue pushing and get something out of it, because somebody does have to go back, and that is going to reduce the pressure that you have in their base. So honestly, yeah, I agree. That was really good on Mictlan Heroes to do at that point in time. They are going to start retaliating here, pushing up on that right side. Fear and one other member, but unfortunately going down on that right side to an unfortunate bomb from Lucas. That's actually going to now be 3 down, and so they're going to be picking it up again, hopefully to try to knock out this time. But it looks like
they actually did get the delayed wipe as they found the pick on the ballpoint in the Inkjet. Mm-hmm. But Mictlan Heroes respawning just quick enough to where they can provide a little bit of defense as Ratio goes down too. And it's just the Rainmaker holder and the Tri-Slosher left. But they will get some reinforcements super jumping in, and now Ratio is actually a man up.
Yeah, they're starting to run out of time here. Taco is under the base. She's still in the trench here. She hasn't actually even moved up onto the upper area with the rest of her teammates. But this might be a strategic pick as the Grim Range Blaster. You can kind of reach people who are still up on the pedestal. She's just sort of tossing burst bombs and trying to support her team, which is honestly really, really smart. It's also staggering the members of Mictlan, who are now kind of standing here trying to figure out if they have the neutral here, debating picking up that Rainmaker. I think they are going to opt into letting that reset there, just so they have more time for the end zap to paint up the mid and help with these team fights before they start grabbing that Rainmaker.
Yeah. One thing I did notice a lot from Taco in the last game, specifically when we cut to her viewpoint, was just how well she was using the range of the custom dually squelchers, and now with the blaster, still the same principle of using this range to sort of get around some of the obstacles that trying to confront, like the K-52 or the Tri-Slosher head-on would come with. This Ratio does find the defense right here, and I think that they are just going to let this Rainmaker reset, try and go back to neutral, just stall it out as long as possible, and just make it really hard for Mictlan Heroes to find a way to get back into this as Taco goes around, finds one, and then will go down, but sort of forcing the rest of Mictlan Heroes into just a position that they don't really want to be in, as that's actually a delayed wipe for Mictlan Heroes.
Yeah, so now they've finally gotten a wipe of their own. They're going to be pushing up in their base with their specials. Unfortunately, that bomb rush being cut short by Taco there. She is going to go down again, but that is just going to be the Rainmaker and Lex. One of the members of Ratio coming up behind them, unfortunately stopping their push there, getting stuck in that pinch. Yeah, I think things kind of went according to what I kind of presumed based on that first game. I think Mictlan Heroes just sort of played it a lot less aggressively than Ratio did in this situation. So I think because of how pick heavy, I would say Rainmaker Humpback is that kind of won them the game there.
Yeah. Acidity making up for the DC last round by hitting top of the leaderboard, most kills, most assists, and a crucial pick on that Rainmaker as overtime started as well. Just coming around the back.
Well, he's got to be heated now.
Yeah. Nothing gets you fired up like being just barely off of winning a game.
When Spectrum Internet just gets you like that, it's So, next map mode is going to be Clam Blitz on the Reef. Honestly, I can see Mictlan doing a lot better here if their ballpoint continues to play that weapon here. I honestly think that can benefit them a lot. Of course, ballpoint is a weapon that is known for succeeding well in long range and in short range matchups. So with it being the Reef on Clams, you're going to have a bit of both that you're going to have to deal with as a ballpoint. I think once you push up onto that bridge and have control of that, the long range and the short range is going to be great for any kind of approach people have on you. And I think it's also going to be great for the defense here as well. It's not as good of a map to have like a Stingray or something on because there is a lot of routes. So I think that will honestly help them a lot more this time, and it maybe might push them to have another game, considering as well that Mictlan is a long-term team, and Ratio, I believe, is just kind of a pickup or a project right now.
Either way, we're going to go ahead and get into Game 3. We see the Nautilus coming out on the side of Mictlan Heroes, opting not to go with the ballpoint this time. As we see pretty much a similar comp from both teams, both sides opting for a K-shot this round. But that's about the only difference outside of the Nautilus.
Yeah, and we actually are seeing the Grim Range coming out of Taco once again. Missiles being a pretty good special weapon for this as well, in my opinion. I think that really works well on helping clear out that car area when you're trying to push here. So honestly, I think it's continuing to be a smart pick. But right now it's kind of, we're just looking at a wrestle for dominance on this main bridge here, but that's going to lead to a very early push from Ratio if they're able to get this off.
Yeah, Ratio sort of just biding their time a little bit, sort of just adapting Taco's strategy of just like, try and take advantage of what you have that your opponents don't. In this case, it's just a lot of coordination that was afforded them by winning the early game, as they already get it down to 41. They're looking for more, as can't quite tell who that is, gets a few more clams into the basket. Taco, the last one alive, and even she'll go down, so that'll be a delayed wipe on the side of Mictlan Heroes, as they're going to try and set up shop right outside the basket as well.
Yeah, when you get like about 4 people down from that push, that is going to start a counter push here. They do have a pity clam now. Lex going to be pushing up on this right side here, holding onto that Booyah Bomb. They have 2 Booyah Bomb. Actually, sorry. They have Booyah Bomb and a whole set of 4 specials there, but unfortunately with that K-shot going down, this might be a little bit more difficult for them. Lex getting that ball right here, so that is going to start off the push, but unfortunately going down before he's able to pop that Booyah Bomb.
Yeah, the other power claim for Mictlan trying to find a way in, but I don't think that there's going to be anything there. I think they think the same thing. So they're just going to hold off a little bit, try and preserve that power clam, as now Ratio has a pity clam of their own to work with, and they just immediately pick it up. Acidity looking for the pick on the power clam right there, but they won't get it.
Yeah, it's in probably best interest for them to be holding onto that clam for as long as possible. Right now, I do believe it's the 52 who's holding onto it. Never mind. Because we are seeing that 52 pop that Booyah Bomb. Unfortunately, going down in the middle of it. That Nautilus is going to be trying to take bridge, but unfortunately getting flanked by Acid here. So this is going to be a push from Ratio if someone is able to pick that ball up, and they are. I do believe one of the people who originally had it does go down. Acid taking this right side here on the car, getting a clam in before being taken out by Fear, but Taco's now going to be the one trying to push up on this right side here, and it's looking like they're kind of staggered right now, so they are going to jump out of that situation, which is honestly a smart move. They don't really need to get desperate for points at this point in the game, and they just kind of want to defend here.
Yep, unfortunately no penalty points getting taken off the board there for Ratio, so they're just kind of... They gave Mictlan another chance, but were also able to get back on defense really quickly. So it looks like the damage control is going to be mitigated really well by Ratio here.
Yeah, honestly, they did a really, really good job at it. That being said, though, it looks like they're starting to get some man advantage here. One member of Ratio going down. Lau is going to pop that Inkjet from the bridge, which is really good for them. They're going to open up that basket, and they have another power clam, and they try to get it, and they do. That is going to be a very, very good contribution to their points. This might be the end of it, and I think it would be smart here if Lau backs up. But looking to opt in to try and get more clams into the basket, this actually could be the lead for them if they're able to keep it up, and if Lex is able to hold this basket open here. And they have a jump in, but Fear actually misses the basket and goes down. Oh no, oh no, oh no, this could be very bad for them. That being said, Cass does make another ball, so he's going to be backing up here and trying to stay alive. Of course, Taco, being on this bridge here, is going to try and get them out of the way, because that can be the make or break play here, is getting that person with the ball out, and they are going to be targeted like nobody else.
Yeah, Ratio just barely giving up the extra flanks as Taco jumps back out. And it looks like Mictlan is going a little bit more on the offensive as they break the barrier again, and they only need another 4 clams to go ahead and take the lead. But Ratio's defending really well. They're not going to find more than the one right there. I didn't even realize that they had penalty points left to work with, so...
Yeah, with 30 seconds left, though, we can either see a push coming out of Ratio, or they can just drop everything they have. I think it's actually going to be smarter if they just choose to drop those 2 power clams that they have there and just go on the defense here. They can't afford to have Mictlan score at all, though. So it is going to be very bad. 2 of them do go down. I think that wasn't the decision, and they are going to be jumping in. This could be the lead. I think this is going to be the game for Mictlan here. Yep.
It will be. Mictlan finding the 2 picks as Ratio tried to be a little bit more aggressive, tried to threaten to just end overtime immediately by breaking the barrier, but they left themselves very open to that flank, and good coordination by both the Nautilus and the K-52 to go ahead and set up that Booyah Bomb into Super Jump combo to let them go ahead and take the lead and take that game.
Yeah, I think the major mistake there from Ratio was just they had to decide whether they wanted to push up again or they had to defend really hard. And I don't think they ever settled on one or the other. With 2 of the members, I think Taco and Lucas, still holding balls, that's kind of a bit of a hit me sign. And unfortunately, both of them did go down, allowing Mictlan to not really have much contest trying to push up onto that basket there, which allowed them to unfortunately get that lead, which honestly good for them, because that was that coordination we saw from a long-term team coming to play and knowing what they wanted to do without really having to think about it too much. Tower control on Mako Mart. We've been seeing a lot of backlist comps coming out of Ratio, and tower control is a bit of a notorious mode for kind of allowing backlines to sort of rule how the game goes. So I'm interested to see how Mictlan adapts to this. Of course, we've been seeing our player is mostly a like a Splatlings kind of class player, so they can go a lot of routes with this here. They can either go defensive, or I'm honestly favoring kind of what they were doing there with the Nautilus. What are your thoughts?
I agree. I'm thinking more sort of this like fight fire with fire type mindset that Mictlan had, where they tried to fight Ratio's comps with similar aggressive comps that also were able to capitalize off of having a little bit more range in the form of a Splatling. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw something with the same set of ideals, maybe like the 3 shooters or like the 2 shooters, the bucket, and the Splatling comp that we saw in like game 1 or last game. Just as a heads up, from the other side of the bracket, Xerecess Racing takes down Cataclysm 3-2 in a Game 5 thriller. So they will be facing the winner of this match in Grand Finals.
All right, so we're seeing once again Taco on that Grim Range Blaster. I know I keep commenting on this, but it's just such a surprise to see out of kind of high level play. It's not something you see too much, but I'm glad for the representation for the Range Blaster in 2021. We're already moving on to her point of view on this right side here. Very early picks onto Cass, and I'm not sure which one was the bucket, which one's the zap, but that's the bucket and the zap going down on Mictlan here, and that is going to start a very early push. The Nautilus going down very early as well. That might give them the checkpoint, but the 52 has popped that Booyah Bomb, which I think is only going to delay them for a very short second before they hop right back on there.
Yeah, it will, as Ratio tries to continue forcing Mictlan back in towards their own base. We get a momentary 3v3 until one more player respawns from Mictlan, as the Nautilus goes down immediately after, and Ratio is looking to be in a very strong position right now. Nautilus is just now respawning, and that they're gonna need that Nautilus to just go ahead and help fight off the tower from this, especially since Ratio is running such a hyper-aggressive comp. They're like having that extra backline that Ratio doesn't is gonna be so helpful. But if the Nautilus keeps going down, then what good is it gonna do?
Yeah, and I don't think the Nautilus is going to be played like any sort of backline here at all. They are choosing to play it aggressively here, as we've been kind of seeing. I believe it's Lau who's been dropping down on them. Unfortunately, going down, I believe that was to the Booyah Bomb. Acid's going to hop back on that tower. They're only down to 50, which isn't the worst thing in the world for Mako Tower. But that being said, with two members of Mictlan going down here, this could be pretty troublesome. They do need to be safe about how they're dropping here and what fights they're picking. Even if points are going down, they need to make it so that they can get a clean wipe here from Ratio.
Yeah, 100 just presenting Mictlan with the constant threat of having a 52 gal right in your face as you respawn. However, Mictlan is going to get enough picks to where they can just reasonably take back the tower. That's actually a delayed wipe on the side of Mictlan. So they will have an opportunity to go ahead and set up shop here, try and force a push in their own right.
This Nautilus is going to try and set up on the left side here, going to pick off anyone who's dropping. I believe that was Acid dropping onto the right side there, and just going to be applying as much pressure onto this crate here, and the people dropping into mid trying to stop this checkpoint. They are going to do their best to get onto this, but unfortunately with Taco being right in front of the checkpoint, the blaster is one of the last things you want to see right in front of you on the tower, and that is going to have to be a bit of a back off from Mictlan here. Lau still holding on to that jet, which is going to be good if he's able to back up and come back in with his teammates. This could be huge pressure. Two of them going down, but that's going to be a very unfortunate death to a bomb from Lucas.
Yeah, as Mictlan tries to go ahead and fight their way back in, we do see the inkjet coming out from the Nautilus, or not the Nautilus, the Nautilus. We do see the inkjet coming out from the Nautilus, trying to fight their way back in. Mictlan still just always forced to play on this back foot, though, as their NZAP goes down to the Splattershot Jr. right there.
Yeah, Lucas is going to be hopping back onto that tower. Lau, I'm just going to call him Lau. Getting the pick onto Lucas from the tower. That's actually going to be a 2-man or a 3-man from him. So moving on to this point of view, they're probably going to have to... Okay, I don't know how he lived that. They're gonna have to have somebody riding this tower while he inkjets onto this top left area here.
It seems like they're just disagreeing with all reasoning here. I feel like Lau should have died at least twice before.
I think that was maybe a spectator cam moment. Unfortunately, whoever was riding the tower does go down while one of the members of Mictlan pushes up into this base, applying a ton of pressure on Taco, even stopping her from jumping out. Lex is popping off in the base. 3 members of Ratio going down here. This could be their push. The 2 members alive just kind of stuck in spawn with nowhere to go. Luca's going to be taking that long ride on the right with Taco, but I think that's not too bad of a fight for them to take on the tower. 2 down, unfortunately, going for Mictlan here, but they did get the lead. They got it by 1 point, which has been an insane trend in this set.
Wow. I was wondering why.
Though.
Yeah, I was wondering why they were just sitting on the tower, and then I realized as soon as you said it that they did actually take lead. So Ratio is going to be forced to hold on to this one, and they might have just had Game 4 stolen right out under their nose, as they do launch the Booyah Bomb onto the tower, and that will be the game. Mictlan Heroes getting the upset on Ratio.
But by 1 point.
Yeah.
1 point again. They've won 2 games now by 1 point, and I don't know if you saw that as well there, Alias, but Taka was actually on the tower, but I think it was just too late by the game standards to count her as actually on the tower. Yeah. So honestly, a very convincing and well played set by Mictlan. They kind of adapted after they saw what Ratio's game plan was from Rainmaker Humpback, and I think they applied that towards the following 2 games and did it really, really well.
Definitely. Let's hope that Ratio doesn't try and play another 5-game set this time. We did see an accidental score report of 4-1 in their last set against Midnight. But as for now, we're just gonna go ahead and jump as quickly as possible into Grand Finals, and it will be Mictlan Heroes versus Xerecess Racing.
Oh wow, so they did take this set over Cataclysm there.
Yep. So,
dang.
Yeah, the 1 and the 2 seeds will be playing for 3rd.
Okay. I'll take that. I'll take that.
It's more exciting this way, you know?
That being said, I do believe, if I'm correct, many of the members of Xerecess, I think, are actually European, so they're up very late. I believe Kofer is Canadian as well.
Kofer was playing in Triton Cup.
Oh, it's a long day for Kofer.
I was watching the Xerecess Racing set that was on stream just a bit ago, and I saw Kofer, and I was just like, wait a second. This one looks familiar. But yeah, both of these teams coming like very, very fresh into this game. Xerecess has had a little bit of time to cool down. They did play an entire 5-game set against Cataclysm, taking it in Game 5. Mictlan Heroes, just as you saw, beating Ratio 3-1.
Yeah, but that being said, even though that Xerecess has had time to rest, Mictlan is coming off of a pretty nice win, so they have a little bit of steam and momentum going for them here. So that can kind of contribute to it, you know?
Definitely. So I don't remember what Xerecess's Racing's comp looked like. There are too many things that make that sound in that name.
The main thing that I remember about it is that Kofer plays 10th, I think.
Yeah.
10th kind
that
of
was what I was gonna say. That's about the only thing I remember from either of Kofer's 2 bracket runs.
I don't even really remember if they had any kind of backline or charger or anything like that. I think maybe they had a junior as well. I'm not entirely sure. I don't remember, but I guess we'll see pretty soon. Not too sure what these first games are, but of course this is going to be a best of 7 for Grands. Obviously, no bracket reset since we don't have losers.
Yeah. I like it better this way because this means I can get to bed at a reasonable time. And by reasonable, I mean like probably in like 2.5 hours. Because why not?
So I believe we're just waiting on one more person. Just looking at these Mictlan and Xerecess rosters. Oh, cool. Now I can talk about the map mode. Now I know what it is.
Nice.
Great. So Rainmaker on Muscle Forge Fitness.
We saw a very quick game.
Yeah, I was going to kind of say Mictlan kind of struggled a little bit with Rainmaker, but that was Humpback, where it's kind of hard to defend that one without some sort of Stingray. I think they might have a bit of a better shot at defending here, but in general, they haven't been playing as aggressively, I think, and have been kind of relying on misplays from the other team to start, getting the ball rolling for themselves. Usually involves them exploiting some sort of mistake from the other team. So That being said, I think there is a lot of mistakes to be had here, but I think with Xerecess running probably a tent here, I want to say that it's going to be a struggle.
Yeah, I feel like Muscle Forge isn't exactly the best mode to run a tent here. And we have already seen a extremely quick Rainmaker KO on this map. I believe it had to have been in round 4 Swiss, because that was the last time this map mode combo was played. So this, if one team gets a significant advantage, it could be over very, very quickly.
Okay, so we are seeing a charger and a tent coming out of Xerecess, which is kind of as I expected. They decided to go the more aggressive route on Mictlan here, which I think is kind of smart to be playing against this, especially when you're running a lot of lethals like Mictlan is. So honestly, pretty good comps coming out of both teams. I think they have the potential on Xerecess to push up quite a bit, but of course I think Mictlan has a better painting comp. That is going to be a trade with 2 people, but that is 3 down overall for Xerecess. If the charger is able to get out, this could be bad for them. They are going to be taking the left route because it is such an early lead for them, but that is going to be a push all the way to 56 very early on in the game, which is very good for them.
Yeah, Mictlan capitalizing off of that early man advantage. They don't touch the ground on the other side, so the Rainmaker is in a little bit more of a favorable spot for Xerecess, but at the same time it does allow for it to be more heavily contested. As we do see the stamp coming out from Kofer on the tent umbrella. Gonna find one, just yeet the stamp into the ramp, because why not? As Xerecess racing, just out of nowhere, gets right up to the podium.
Oh no, this can be very scary for Mictlan. They only have 1 member left. He tries to pick it up to stall for time. I think that is the choice. He may have tried to drop that off there, but at least getting it to have to pop again is going to be good for them. Unfortunately, that is going to be another 3 down. People are still respawning, but yeah, that's going to be the knockout for Xerecess. I think they were just able to capitalize on their man advantage a little bit better and a little bit faster than Mictlan was able to. I think maybe even if Mictlan had taken the right route there, they could have potentially gotten more points. I think it just, if you're going to play the man advantage, like kind of early wipe thing, you have to do it a lot faster, because with it being that close to spawn where that line ends up, it can get canceled pretty quickly if you're not fast enough. So I think they may have just been able to get a slower but more effective push if they had taken the right route that time.
Yeah. It's especially weird given that Mictlan in the last series that we just watched seemed to favor like sort of a reactionary playstyle. So it's weird to see them sort of overcommit to their reaction when they were really good about just capitalizing off of Ratio's mistakes in the last series.
Yeah, I feel like Xerecess didn't make like as large of a mistake to be punished, and I think they reacted in probably the right way that they should have when they do make that kind of mistake very early on in the game. Unfortunately, though, for Mictlan, they decided to play the more aggressive route, and they didn't really have anyone kind of sitting back ready to take care of that Rainmaker when the time came to it. So it was kind of just a lot of a bit of a panic moment there.
All right, let's look to see if the teams change things up a lot for Game 2, Splat Zones on Skipper Pavilion.
Not much to comment on this one, I think, for me. Other than the fact that I can't actually tell, is that a BDS or a CDS? My resolution is just like, it's not having a good time.
Same, I'd be willing to bet that it's, yeah, I think
it's
it is
vanilla.
vanilla.
Okay, so that is going to be antenna missiles and a point sensor, which we are seeing a bit of a rise of the vanilla dual squelchers recently, but I'm kind of surprised to see it on zones, especially one that favors rain and bombs. But I will trust their judgment in this situation, and maybe they are more of a connoisseur of that weapon than I am.
I won't. I'm a CDS player. I'm going to judge that all the time. But yeah, it seems like Mictlan is focusing very hard on this upper side of the map, while Xerecess is taking control and really establishing themselves on the lower side. Two go down on the side of Mictlan as Xerecess is able to get the drop on them, and now they're starting to force them back up.
Yeah, with that charger being the first one down, though, for them, this might give them a little bit of an opening. They are popping their specials onto the zone. That is going to be a rain and a booyah bomb, at least buying them more time by capping that zone here very early on, giving them 49 points for penalty there. That is going to be 2 down on both sides. If they're able to take any 1v1s here and win them, that's going to be very good for them. But unfortunately, that being said, it became a 2v1, and Lex does go down.
Yeah. However, the last player left on Mictlan, the ballpoint of all weapons, will find a few picks, gets the charger down, and that will allow Mictlan a way back into this game. They currently have control of the zone and are trying to keep Xerecess out. K52 finds at least one right there, and it looks like Mictlan will be able to cut into the Xerecess lead a significant amount right here.
Yeah, with those two people going down very early, and then the BDS going down again, that is very rough for Xerecess here. They're going to be trying to camp out this lower area for as long as possible to get this lead. The ballpoint staying up on the top, and I believe getting a trade with the charger on the upper, so not really contributing too much to the overall stance of the game, but that is still very bad for Xerecess right now. Just members of them still going down over and over, but Koper going to be kind of rushing into zone here, just trying to get any sort of cap to extend their chance here. Unfortunately, Xerecess is still going down here, and Koper going to be alone as a tent, kind of backed up into this corner here with the curling bomb, mostly just to protect himself, I think, when usually that curling is used more on the zone here.
I do think some of them ricocheted into the zone, though, as Xerecess does find control again. Koper managing to almost single-handedly save that game right there, as I don't think he got the solo cap. I think one of the other Xerecess players came in at the last second. But Xerecess able to find the zone cap, load Mictlan up with a lot of penalty time, and save the game for at least a little bit, as they're cutting into their own penalty time. But Mictlan looking to take control of the zone, getting the flank on the Slosher. Slosher will find one and then go down, as Mictlan still has a significant player advantage right here, though.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it right now with 2 people being down, but 3 went down for Xerecess all at the same time, so they're all coming back at the exact same moment. That being said, Mictlan still has the area, like they have mid control, so they can get jump ins. They're going to be there a lot faster regardless of when they went down here. Lau picking a fight with this tent in zone, but unfortunately does go down. Members of Xerecess are coming in for this fight, and it's only going to leave one member of Mictlan left, who is actually taking the pick onto the charger. Gonna have to back up from here because there is a tent chasing him, but now he does have his teammates back to support him.
Yeah, Xerecess still cutting into this penalty time. Mictlan needs to take the zone soon, or else they risk just losing the lead entirely. Xerecess finding control, but Mictlan take it back and load Xerecess up with some penalty time. They'll also find 2 picks on Xerecess. 3 full wipe on full wipe on Xerecess. Mictlan has just absolute control of the map for a good bit, and they don't have to hold the zone for much longer.
Yeah, Cass making a smart move here and kind of just sharking out this area, waiting for members of Xerecess to come into him. I think maybe popping up a little bit too soon here and showing himself. But Xerecess is still going to have to fight for zone with Koper going down. That is going to be one less person with a special. Definitely not the special you want to be losing here when you're trying to hold on to zone. And that is going to be antenna missiles and a booyah bomb contesting zone. 2 members of Xerecess going down. They're just going to cap, and Mictlan takes the game.
Yeah, Mictlan responding really well to that very quick Rainmaker defeat by just slowing down the pace of the game, finding the picks when they needed to, not making too many hyper-aggressive choices, knowing when to back off and when a player can stay in and try and get one last pick on the opposing team before either just running away or trading with another or just super jumping out.
Getting into this next game here, Clamblitz on Sturgeon Shipyard. I do think both teams have some sort of advantage of their own that's unique to them. That, of course, being Xerecess having a tent here, which is one of those weapons that can kind of help move the objective in a very uniform way that's kind of hard to fight if you don't really have like a lot of resources in that exact moment to do so. So that is something they have going for it. But of course, if Mictlan knows and expects this from Xerecess, they should have this down, in my opinion. Mictlan has been showing really, really, really good skill in adapting so far in sets. It's been like I think their largest strength so far in this tournament. So I hope that they're able to pull out a comp that will assist them in this.
Definitely. Clamblitz on Sturgeon, correct me if I'm wrong, but this one definitely would favor weapons with either a good amount of range or some sort of fall off to take advantage of just like the various platforms scattered throughout the map, correct?
Yes, but no, because sometimes Sturgeon has that what we call spinner up because it goes up and down. And so if it can kind of depend on whether or not the spinner is up, because the spinner being up is kind of a looming threat if you're defending, and it's a great thing if you're pushing.
Makes sense. Learn
Huge
something new
timing
every day.
thing, and it can either block shots or be your best friend as a charger. So it's all going to be kind of based on their timing and how they're able to play around spinner and kind of doing the best with the cards that they're dealt whenever any team here is pushing.
Yeah. You're gonna see pretty much the same comps coming out from the two teams. I don't actually know if anything changed.
I'm actually not too sure either. This looks about the same comp. They have a K-Pro, there's a K-52 on the side of Mictlan, as well as a Soda Slosher. I think this is just about the exact same comp. Maybe they changed variants of weapons, maybe it's a different Nautilus, but that being said, two members of Mictlan going down very early, but with Koper being down as well, if they want to make a push out of this, it's going to be a little bit harder than if they had him. They are already up in their base, but with them... Xerecess is back in their base, but they have two power clams. They're going to be tossing that back, hopefully to a support player. But this is going to be a huge counter push from Mictlan here. They're already up, set up on their snipe, but they don't really have too many clams on deck right now. That being said, I think I'm wrong. They are going to get a bit of a push here, moving up into these corners here, but Zekin picking off two members of Mictlan. That is going to slow them down like crazy unless there's someone just kind of hiding around. That's going to be the Soda in mid, just probably backing up and trying to recoup at this point, because now they have, I think, a total of 3 power clams on Xerecess.
I think
they did lose one, yeah. So this could be very scary for them right now when you get such a small push early on and the other team is coming back with a vengeance. That's scary, but they have been holding on to mid like crazy, and they're already getting another push ready. They're just able to pick up a power clam right away. There's clams spawning right under their basket, which is great for Mictlan, bad for Xerecess. Just getting this push all the way down to, I believe, 39. I wish my 34. I wish my resolution was slightly better. I might need to pass this off to you for a sec.
That's all good. Mictlan finding a few more clams at the last second, all the way down to 22, 19, 16, 13. My resolution isn't the best either. Oh, there it is.
13. So, this could be a knockout if they're able to keep it open, but I do think this is the end of the push. That being said, 3 members of Xerecess are going down here, so if they're able to think fast, they're going to get another one, and they already have another power clam here. Fear is just kind of popping off in this space, and holding onto a bomb rush right now. This is going to be this is kind of spooky for Xerecess right now.
They've been holding onto that bomb rush for a while now too. Is the even scarier thing. They got a solid pick on Kofer at the start of the last push, not the most recent one, but the one before that, just by throwing a bomb at the perfect angle to pop off the tent shield. As the bomb rush comes out, sliding off of the spin thing.
Yeah, and the Booyah Bomb coming out as well, right under the basket, pushing anyone from the left onto the right onto Fear. Unfortunately, him going down there, but that is going to be another small push, and regardless of whether or not they add actual points on here, they are still applying pressure onto Xerecess with that basket being open. It's like having your pants pulled down. You do not want to leave that alone, and it's kind of going to have to force you back a bit into your base. They are going to get a counter push together now with their basket finally being closed. This is kind of scary, though, with the amount of clams that they have. Unfortunately, with that charger going down here, Zekken's going to have to do his best to stop Lex from just popping off and starting another push for Mictlan.
Yeah, Zekken's trying to go ahead and gather the power clams in a place where Xerecess can actually try and use them, or at least pick them up without just immediately dying, but is going to get cornered in the process. Still managing to survive somehow, but it looks like Mictlan is just forcing their advantage way more than they were showing, even in the last game where they looked fairly dominant the entire game.
Yeah, it's 1 minute to the end of the game, and they still haven't been able to put an entire push together. Kofer getting into the base, but unfortunately getting taken down by that Booyah Bomb. This is not looking very good for Xerecess at this point in time. With the one person carrying that ball, they still have a pity under their basket, but that is like another 20 points down the drain if they're not able to pick that back up. Loud getting these nice shots as an Inkjet, able to pick up the power clam. I have done that before, and it's so satisfying. And getting that in the last 30 seconds, this actually could be a knockout. I think they have enough to do it, and they do get the KO.
That was just a really good heads-up play by damn it, I already forgot the name. By the Nautilus player right there to just pick up the Inkjet. Yeah, good job by Lau to just know exactly where his timer was for the Inkjet. Rush in, pick up the power clam, get out safely, and then go ahead and just immediately turn around and put his team in an even better position. As Mictlan looks to have a very strong advantage as far as momentum goes for the rest of the set. And I don't really see that changing as we go to tower control and Starfish main stage.
Yeah, Mictlan having like a surprising amount of dominance on this set, despite the fact that that first game was so tragic for them. Tower control on Starfish main stage. We saw kind of before that they don't really run a Stingray here, which I feel like Stingray has a little bit more weight on Starfish in particular, just because it's helpful whether or not the enemy team is on tower in this one in particular, just because of kind of how flat and wide the midsection is. You can kind of wipe out that area, or at least figure out where the people are or where they're coming from, or even if somebody might be on the way to flank you. It's a very, very good special all around. So Xerecess might have the upper hand in that sense, since they have been running a charger this whole time, but I know a lot of people haven't really been playing Stingray charger recently and have actually been opting to Firefin even for tower control. So I'm actually not sure what they're going to be going here, but I guess we'll find out now that we're getting into the game.
Same comp coming out from Mictlan, and I don't know if is that the same comp from Xerecess as well? I think the charger switched.
Yeah, I think the charger switched from Firefin, and Kofer is on a different tent. This is actually the bubble tent, I believe. That's the vanilla kit, which is interesting. I think that can help them if they're able to push into the pit. Very early pick onto the slosher, which is going to be good for them. But unfortunately, with the zap going down, that is going to be quite a fast pushback from Mictlan here. Getting the pick on the charger, which is exactly who you want down when you're pushing this early on. Lex going to be taking an aggressive stance onto the snipe here and popping that Booyah Bomb, just trying to clear out this pit and get these first checkpoints basically for free.
Yeah, Lau still with the Inkjet on deck, and now the Burst Bomb Launcher also on deck, as they are just going to try and force Xerecess back into their own base. They're already at the second checkpoint, and if they get this down, this is going to be huge. staying on in the face of a couple of suction bombs. As another Booyah Bomb comes out, and this might be the third
Did you see
checkpoint
what
as
I
well.
just saw?
I didn't see it. What happened?
Okay, I just saw 2 floating suction bombs in the middle of the air. I really hope somebody watching stream saw that too. That being said, here 2 members of Mictlan finally going down. Zekkin gonna be fighting to get the other member out in their base, and now they're just pushing up onto this right side here. That is kind of a not good lead for Xerecess to be fighting. A push all the way to 9 on this map can be really scary just because of how difficult those first couple checkpoints are to get through. So from this point on, Xerecess is going to have to play this pretty aggressively, but also very together in order to not all go down, because they really can't afford to have a bunch of smaller pushes. They really, really just need one big push like Mictlan did.
All specials on deck for Xerecess. However, Tent's going down. Armor has already been popped. The Inkjet just being used exclusively to take out this Booyah Bomb, who receives nothing for his efforts. And that, again, just a very solid defense by Mictlan, playing extremely reactionary, and they're going to be able to capitalize off of Xerecess going down quite a few players.
Yeah, wow, okay, yeah, so they weren't unfortunately able to stay up there. One of them getting sniped off of the tower, though, which can be good if they're trying to get a counter push. Koper moving up here onto that right side with the Tent and his teammate. Unfortunately, one of them going down here. That's not going to be what Xerecess wants right now. Oh no, he just got killed by this flat bomb on the Tent shield. That's really unfortunate, and it's kind of bound to happen at least once when you're playing with a Tent main. Unfortunately, it happens. We're actually seeing one of the members of Xerecess sharking behind and getting this flank kill on a Fear. If they're able to get more picks off of this can actually be the push that Xerecess needs. Unfortunately, with him going down there, that is probably going to cut off whatever potential that had there.
Yeah, Lau falling back just a bit to hold the line. He is going to get swarmed, but all 4 players for Mictlan are back in the center, as we do see bubbles coming out from Koper. It looks like Xerecess is still going to try and push up a little bit more as their specials all come out. We see the Stingray coming out from the Splat Charger, and they will find the pick on the Nautilus. Enzap goes down as well. It's just the Soda Slusher and the Kenzie.
Yeah, but no one's making any progress on the tower, unfortunately. They have to restart that checkpoint, actually. They did lose the tower on it, so now they're having to start from scratch. That's going to lose them a lot of time. It was only a minute left, and a push all the way to 9 from Mictlan. This could be pretty bad for them. They really just need a couple specials to get out of this. And with Koper and one other going down, it's just going to be the Charger and the Pro left to fend for themselves all by themselves. And with the Charger going down, that is going to be pretty much an end to this push here, unless somebody just pops off like crazy right now. Fear hopping back on this tower. They're just going to be going for mid control. They don't really need to push at all anymore. There's no concerns for that. I think from here it's just going to be a defensive game from Mictlan.
Yeah, and that was a really good use of the burst bomb launcher from Fear. Just completely able to shut down the tower, finding a nice vantage point, get a good view, see where everybody is, maybe throw some bombs at people. You know, classic Friday night stuff.
Yep.
As Fear pushing in a little bit more, he and one other will get taken out by a combination of the KSP and the splat bomb in the area. As Xerecess has a solid opportunity if they can find a few more picks. However,
Yeah.
all 4 of the Mictlan heroes are back on the map right now, and Xerecess is going to have to push forward. They do have all 4 of their specials, as 2 of them coming out. Stingray seemingly being saved, same with Bubbles, as we do see Fear coming around, trying to get the flank. They won't get it, but we do see Lau and another player coming around from the back.
Yeah, Koper actually popping those bubbles on top left. They're popping Stingray right by tower, and unfortunately, even though it looked like they had some good momentum going for them and they were calling out everyone who was trying to go for the tower, they just had 1 second where they were a little bit vulnerable, and one of the members of Mictlan hopping back onto the tower, ending that game once and for all.
That was a really smart play by Lau, and I don't know who was like trying to contest the Stingray from in front of it, but the Stingray noticed Lau coming up from behind, tried to drive them off, and then immediately had to divert their attention right back to the more present danger right in front of them. And that allowed Lau to go ahead and just jump up on the tower as player in front of the Stingray went ahead and got that pick, ending the game and sending Mictlan Heroes to just match point.
Yeah, so at this point in the set, Xerecess really has to watch out for what they're doing here. Of course, next game, if Mictlan Heroes takes it, it is going to be match point for them, and they will win this entire tournament. At this point, Xerecess basically does have to pull a reverse sweep to win this. And as much as I'd like to see it, I kind of like rooting for the underdog a little bit here. I want to see Mictlan take this, especially with how well they've been adapting to Xerecess. Maybe I'm being a little bit biased here, but it's been really exciting seeing this set go on. But of course, I'd like to see Xerecess do well. On top of that, just because that gives us more games to see, and such an interesting, intense set, honestly.
I'm fine with Mictlan winning because Xerecess went with the vanilla dually squelchers instead of the custom dually squelchers. But either way,
we gotta switch us out. We are so biased.
I'm just looking forward to seeing some more Splatoon. And with Rainmaker on New Albacore, we could be seeing a fair amount more of Splatoon. This map, not exactly the map when you think of mobility. This is not the first map that comes to mind. You have the grates in the center that just make it a little bit harder to just navigate through mid.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe expect to see a few extra flanks that you wouldn't normally see. I do like the charger on this map. I could see Mictlan switching off of the Nautilus, opting to go for something longer range that could take advantage of the more open middle layout.
Mm-hmm.
But all in all, I don't think we're going to see like a significant shift in team comps. They've already kind of just established what they like, and I don't know how much.
Yeah, I feel like they're staying on that Nautilus, just I think on the basis that it's been working for them. Like I think they've won most games where Lau has been on Nautilus. So I think ultimately that's what they are going to be continuing to go with here. They're going to be in a mad dash for this Rainmaker pop here. Not one of those maps where I think Rainmaker pop matters too much unless you get a little too close. But it looks like Mictlan is almost in the position here to defend instead of push, which I'm not too sure how I feel about that. I think Xerecess kind of moved up a little too fast on them for them to be prepared, and now they're already pushing it up to 12. They got probably the fastest route they could possibly have taken there. Lex getting a pick on one of the members of Xerecess in their base, and with Kofor going down as well. This is actually going to be a delayed 3 down here, so they're going to be able to buy some time moving back into mid and painting, but one member of Xerecess almost getting the cheese onto the Rainmaker. Actually does pick it up, but isn't able to get any extra points from it. So I think that is forcing Mictlan to go, okay, well, we can't let this just sit here and rest. We're going to have to move it all the way back into mid and just take it where we want it and not let the game do that for us.
Yeah, Mictlan, again, just like in the last Rainmaker game that we saw, just seemingly getting caught off guard by how fast Xerecess played. Sort of just falling into, like, choosing the wrong set of options. Like, all of the options that they chose weren't bad, it just seemed like Xerecess wanted to do something different than what Mictlan was expecting. And that's actually going to be a delayed wipe on the side of Mictlan. So Xerecess will have another opportunity to just kind of rush in. Just trying to play as quickly as possible, keep Mictlan on their toes, not give them an opportunity to get back in this game.
Yeah, now with them moving back up into the mid here, of course, Lex getting actually a couple picks. That's actually going to be 3 down on Xerecess. So they're pretty quickly on this. Unfortunately, I think they're leaving their Rainmaker down for a little bit too long. Despite the fact that Fear is down, I think they need to be applying as much pressure as possible right now and not giving Xerecess room to breathe. And unfortunately, I think they just gave them a little bit too much time just now, and now 2 members of Mictlan are going to be going down. They're going to be moved. This K-Pro here on the left gonna just be watching and pushing up here. They got a really, really good push very early on in the game here, so they don't really have to play quite as clean as Mictlan does. They can afford to kind of make sort of a bit of a sloppy play here and get away with it. They can afford to lose some points, just so long as they don't let them get anywhere up to this top right, which the Stingray was doing a very good job of stopping that in conjunction with this Tent, who is going to get a pick on Lex and the Rainmaker as well. And looks like it's going to be a triple for Kofri here, getting the pop on the Rainmaker at the very end. I don't know if they're even going to be picking this up here. They don't really have to, but they've decided to apply even more pressure and get it even farther away from their pedestal.
Yep, Kofri eventually going down to the K52, who eventually goes down to the KSP, who eventually goes down. It's just a
lot of
giant
eventual
trade
moments.
It kind of feels anticlimactic that it didn't end with a reset, as Mictlan was able to get the kill right before the Rainmaker reset. I think that actually might have hurt them more in the long run, as that's just a very odd spot for the Rainmaker to be in. Lex trying to fight off attackers from like 3 different sides, and eventually gets a trade with the NZAP. Kofri's Tent not really helping him much there, but just Xerecess is applying a lot of pressure into the middle of this map as Kofri looks around for a hammer, trying to do something with it, ends up just throwing it. Not the best usage, but he will get the pick on Lex to stop that K52 from harassing him anymore. So.
I've kind of been at a loss for words on what to say about this match.
Me too,
At this
totally.
point in the game, it just feels like since the first minute, it's just been sort of this kind of mad dash for mid control, and nothing's really going in the way of anyone. But it's just like Xerecess' game to win at this point because of the fact that they have such a good lead. So they're kind of just everything is happening, but also nothing is happening. This K-Pro, of course, getting a nice pick, but even though it's 3 down, that's not going to do anything for anyone, and that is going to be the game for Xerecess.
Yeah, Xerecess definitely seeming to favor Rainmaker. They're doing a very good job of sort of knowing when to contest the objective and when to just sort of hold back and play a little bit more defensive. I'd like to see them take that sort of adaptive style of play into the next game as well, as we go to Splat Zones on Anchovy games. I don't think we're going to see much of a comp change. Last round, each team made exactly 1 change, but we will see a sub coming in. I am not sure from who.
Okay, so we might be waiting here for just a quick second here, of course. Splat Zones on Ancho. This can be very good or very bad for Charger, depending on fan control. And then the other thing to note is that I think one team has been running Booyah Bombs the entire time, and I say this sometimes when Ancho is getting played, but the fans can be scary, and you have to play around them if you intend to use that Booyah Bomb the way you actually want to, because you can just get absolutely stopped by those like Miiverse signs that can be in your way or not based on if the fan is up or down. So hopefully Mictlan knows how to deal with that and is able to play around that if they continue to go 52, which honestly I think they're going to continue to do. I don't think they've played anything other than 52 Gal Deco, so yeah, I think we're going to be seeing it again.
Yep. We do have confirmation on who the sub was. D'After is coming in for Lau, the Nautilus player.
Okay. Oh, D'After. Okay.
Yep. As we see a very different a comp coming in, it looks like Mictlan opting more for just general area control. They have the armor, a bomb rush, bubbles, and the Booyah Bomb. Xerecess sticking with a very similar comp, just switching the Brella and swapping to the E-Leader 4K, I think.
No, yeah, they still have Umbrella. Kofor is there, but he did go down very soon, so I don't blame you for not seeing him.
I meant it's popping out like the type umbrella. Before it was just.
Oh yes,
No,
it's
I
still
think
a
it was the camo. Yeah, I think it was the camo.
no, they had the bubbles one on the tower game, but now they have camo again. So I think it's actually the same. Camo has the hammer, right? Or is that?
Yeah, I think camo.
Yeah, no, camo does have the hammer, so it is the same.
Yep. Yeah. Not many changes coming out from Xerecess. Mictlan, also not trying to change much, just jumping out to this early, like, sort of reactionary counter push to Xerecess's lead at the start. And they're gonna try and hold it for a while. All four players
actually is holding onto these bubbles here, and that's honestly really smart. The second that Xerecess... No, never mind! I was gonna say, the second that Xerecess starts coming back into zone and trying to contest it, he can pop those right in their faces and just destroy any chance or dream they had of capping the zone. But looks like they actually don't even need the bubbles to do that, because they came back in, and Mictlan is still holding onto the zone all the way to 28 before getting it back to Xerecess.
Yeah, I think what happened there was Dafter was trying to go for like the whole the drop the bomb and then do the bubble thing so that it would pop immediately. He just got the ink colors mixed up, accidentally running into somebody else's bomb. As he will get one bubble out before getting picked off by the E-leader, as Xerecess is trying to hold onto this zone and doing a fairly good job of it. Mictlan going 3 down, and the E-leader just in a good position where the rest of his team could just like play out in front of him as opposed to having him be at risk on more of the front lines. Ink Armor coming out from Mictlan, they're going to try and rush into the zone, but they don't have many specials to work with. Xerecess is popping a Booyah Bomb of their own, and they will take lead off of this as Mictlan goes down 3 players, and they are in serious trouble right now as Kofor is... he just doesn't even want to bother with the hammer.
Yeah, he thought maybe he was going to find somebody off of it, but just saw no one coming, I think, so just tossed it. Unfortunately, with those bubbles being popped into the zone, I think it's a little too late. They sort of had one chance left. So, honestly, we're going to a Game 7 now, so This can go either way. This could be the reverse sweep. Maybe we're being cursed. Maybe this is what we get for saying that we wanted the Mictlan W.
Punishment for our hubris. I'm fine. We haven't seen the vanilla dualies culture since Game 2. I'm personally chilling.
Yeah. Regardless, though, I apologize to Mictlan if this is like
you
some
do get punished more
juju curse. Yeah. But that being said, we do get to see more games, so I'm excited about that. And with it being Clamblitz on Snapper Canal to be the deciding game, I think this is going to show the best out of both teams.
Yeah, both teams have been sort of running these fairly aggressive comps. We saw a very aggressive comp coming out from Mictlan last game, and I'm wondering if the unfavorable result might inspire them to just change it up a little bit, which I don't know if that's in their best interest for Clamblitz.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure either. We did see a Squeezer player coming out from Mictlan. I've played with Dafter before, and played against Dafter before, so I do know that he's very good on that Squeezer, and that can honestly be a really, really, really good weapon on this map mode. Of course,
true.
With it being Kofor as well, they do have a tent, but that didn't seem to work out for them the first time. They do still have Lex, which dealt with Kofor very well the first time we did see Clams in this set. We are actually seeing some classic 2017 STDX comps coming out of Xerecess with that double end zap.
These are the comp coming out of Mictlan looks about the same until you realize that Fear, who has normally been playing the bucket, is on the Nautilus, and Dafter is playing the Hero Slosher.
I trust their decision. I trust them.
Yeah.
I want to believe they're trying to make a ball right now. They have 20 in total, but they haven't quite put it together yet. As I say that, of course, they are getting a push in with 2 members going down, though. It's just going to be this Capro here trying to fend off in the street, but is getting pushed off by that Slosher on the snipe there. Zekken kind of chilling out on this left side, as we can see from the top down. Just chilling by this Inkling here, maybe trying to get a bit of a sneaky play, going through the zone, but not looking like he's catching much action onto this side of the map, aside from that Nautilus who finds him first.
Yeah, good job by Fear, especially after switching just to a radically different weapon. We saw Fear on the I think the Neo Splash last time, but this time deciding to go more for the charge weapon. We do see Xerecess finding another Power Clam and looking to push up into the zone. We do see Kofer in position, but it doesn't look like he's going to find anything. Another Power Climb coming out from Xerecess, and they're going to take that opportunity to go ahead and break the barrier and start dunking even more clams. Booyah Bomb coming out, forcing Mictlan out of their own base, and they do get the Power Climb in, as Xerecess is looking to be in very good position. 3 down on the side of Mictlan with Dafter on the Slosher just respawning. They're going to get more clams. This might do it if they can get those 2 in, and that will be the game. Xerecess Racing taking Testing Grounds after being down 3-1 going into Game 5. Excellent comeback by Xerecess Racing. Not really much more to say.
I have no words. I'm very surprised how well that worked out for them. They're running the double zap. They took their charger player and put it on the zap, the classic let's put power on the end zap thing that you used to see back in the day. But now it's coming back.
Yeah, I will have to take
old.
Your word for it. I'm
old,
not
yeah.
old.
Dang. Okay, so Xerecess figuring out what to do about Mictlan and dealing with them in the best way they could, I guess. Just they ran even more aggressive pressure, and I think they kind of figured out how Mictlan comes back into games and played around it really, really well. And that rewarded Xerecess with the ultimate W from this set.
All right. I think that's pretty much gonna do it for us. I guess grudges are indeed forever, as the as the sign says right now. Still not entirely sure what that means.
It's the name of a tournament, I think?
I guess. This is, after all, my first time actually...
Watch
true.
Low Ink tomorrow for more details on Grudges Are Forever, IPL versus SAC. I guess we're just having a little bit of a brawl, maybe a TO brawl. I know nothing about this. This is just my speculation. I'm just a commentator. I'm not involved. But congrats to Xerecess.
I'm even less involved. This is my first time working with IPL.
That was just my assumption there. But yeah. Oh, cool. Staff versus staff. You want to see a Kraken Mare fight another Kraken Mare? Get on that tomorrow. Low Ink Saturday.
I feel like our commentary has just devolved into us saying words and hoping they make sense. But,
I've been enjoying it, to be honest.
True. Hopefully this does make sense, though. Congrats to Xerecess Racing. Really good job adapting to just the feel of the set as it went on. They found their footing. They made an excellent 3-game comeback to take it in Game 7. Couldn't have asked for better entertainment on a Friday night.
Same. With that being said, do you have anything to plug?
Not really. I have things, I don't use my Twitter, though.
Cool, awesome. Well, I think our ats are on screen right now. You should follow us on Twitter, but since I'm talking right now, I'm gonna remind everyone watching that IPL does have staff applications open. We're looking for production team members, applications for future tournaments in other regions as well, such as the European ones and Oceania. So if you're up at like 5 a.m. right now watching this, maybe you should also help us.
Maybe you should stay up at 5 a.m. more often.
More often. It'll be rewarded in the satisfaction of helping a nice tournament org. If you're interested in helping staff these regions, please fill out this form that I'm not gonna put in chat. Kraken Mayor has to do it. There we go! If you're interested in more than one area, you can fill out the form more than once. Just do more work. Yeah, hi, I'm Siren. My thing is on the screen. It's at Siren Banshee on Twitter and Twitch and everything. I'm gonna stop torturing Kraken. But thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, thanks for having me too. This is a lot of fun. I'm sorry, and I guess we'll see you all around.
Bye!